How's it going? Welcome to the best TikTok live in the world. Right here. We're doing it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. We're back. We are back. Welcome in. Ado's here. What's up, brother? How are you, man? Michael Ramirez, how are you, man? How are you doing? What a time to be alive. We're back. We're doing it again. I think that I can't believe there's other people on the internet that are still that want to argue. I can't believe it. That still want some. What's up, Ado? How's it going, bro? I can't believe it. I can't believe there's still people. But I guess there are. All right. How are you guys doing today? We're debunking science. We're going the opposite. We're going the opposite way. We're debunking science with folded light tonight. That's what we're doing. That should be that should be the April Fools. We should make an April Fools episode where that's what we do. That would be funny, actually. All right, getting some stuff ready. Getting some things ready. All right, guys. Welcome in. As always, questions about science. Questions, thank you. Questions about science. Or if you have been vaccinated recently. Ducray, what's up? If you've been vaccinated recently, let us know so we can celebrate you in chat. And we will be reading some scientific articles. Hey, Addie, how's it going? All right, guys, do you guys want to just jump right into some science? You guys want to just do that? You guys just want to jump right into some science? What were you doing before Doge hit you? So, I mean, I am a molecular biologist. So I have a PhD in microbiology, and I was changing genomes around inside of yeast in order to make more proteins. Okay, hey, Brennan, how's it going, man? All right, let's get into it. Let's get into science real quick here. Let's try out this right here. Yes. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Not good news. Very surprisingly, the U.S. Supreme Court has allowed NIH to cut $2 billion in research grants. I can't believe it. Wow, these guys that are all about... Hey, Kathy! Dude. Okay. All right, we'll go back to this, guys. But, guys, we got to do something real quick for Kathy. It's a vaccine party. Put your V's up in chat for Kathy, everyone. Spam V's. Let's go. Let's go, Kathy. Thank you. Thank you for getting vaccinated. Thank you. Good job. Thank you for taking public health seriously. Thanks for taking your health seriously. Thank you, Kathy. You are a legend. Let's get up. We celebrate vaccines here. We love people that get vaccinated because vaccines are safe, they're effective, and they're a great way to look out after your health, after the health around you. So that's what we do here. We celebrate people who get vaccines. Thank you. Another round of applause. Let's go. Kathy, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sheepadoodle. Amazing. Kathy, you're a legend. Thank you so much. All right. That's fun. That's just fun, guys. What a good way to start the stream. That was really fun. Microbes. So I was changing genes around in microbes in order to make proteins more proteins inside of cells. Yeah. All right. So the decision, basically, the Supreme Court yet again has found a new loophole to allow the President of the United States to have even more power inside of the Constitution. And very shocking. I know that these guys that are from the Federalist Society and did nothing but learn about how federalism, which is the idea that there are separation of power. I know there's like a separation of powers thing going on actually. So like you don't have just like a king, you have like a constitute. It's a big word. It's a constitution. It's like one of the founding. There's a document, and then it's that's like the guiding thing, and then it's too much to guys. It's too much to go into here, but the U.S. Supreme Court has derailed researchers' efforts to reinstate almost $2 billion in research grants issued by the National Institute of Health. The court's decision on Thursday represents a remarkable reversal, allowing the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump to proceed with science cut it began in late February. In a divided decision, the High Court held that the lawsuits filed by researchers to reinstate the grants should have been reviewed by a court specializing in contracts rather than the district court they were filed in. But the Supreme Court narrowly ruled that the district court could review the NIH's guidelines used to make the grant determinations and left in place the lower court's order that the guidelines are illegal and should not be used. The lower court said in June that the grant cuts made by the Trump administration in relation to diversity, equity, and inclusion amounted to racial discrimination. So although the Supreme Court ruled partially in the researchers' favor, some scientists say the decision amounts to de facto win by the Trump administration because the time and cost of challenging their determination in a different court will be prohibitive. And it could spell doom for other legal efforts, such as the group by University of California researchers to reinstate their funding from other agencies, such as the U.S. National Science Foundation, which is the NSF. Quote, in a scientific sense, this is a total loss, said Jenna Norton, a program officer at the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive Kidney Diseases. That doesn't sound like the DEI office, though. Isn't that wild? She's getting diabetes and digestive kidney disease and funding stripped. But the Trump administration said it was all about DEI. That's weird. That's weird, guys. Is it weird? No, it's not weird because they're using it as a false flag to try to say that all those researchers are somehow related to that. Obviously, they are. Exactly, Omar. It's exactly what Trump says, and that's all what it is, and that's what the disgusting part of this is. Quote, the trust and certainty that is so critical to successfully conduct research has been completely obliterated by this ruling, end quote. Quote, what the court made clear yesterday is if your grants get cut, you're not going to be able to get any effective remedy for it, says Samuel Bagestos, who until December was the top lawyer for the NIH's parent agency, the DHS, though the HHS, Health and Human Services. Neither the NIH nor the researchers who led the lawsuit against they didn't respond. So it's very awful, guys. It genuinely is very bad. I have a friend studying cellular diversity, and her grants have been flagged because of the term diversity. Oh no, Gene, because of the genetic diversity. Oh, geez. I'm not surprised. I mean, with the defunding and the rewriting of the Amelia Gay airplane, that makes sense. So it's a mess, guys. This is what we're talking about, in that science all along. I mean, there are a lot of researchers that are going there, Dr. Rowe, right? I mean, there's a lot of people, you probably have friends too, that are getting offers from Canada, Europe, to move their labs. And it's not that uncommon, really, to have like a brain drain in response to this. If we as a country aren't going to invest into science and into the future, then it's going to go somewhere else, unfortunately. So, I think that's a very likely outcome. and it's gonna hurt us. It's gonna hurt us now. It's gonna hurt us in the future. It's gonna hurt our kids' generation. It's gonna go. Yeah, Omar. I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. You're very kind. Thank you. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that was the peer review. That was the peer review. All the cool things that are happening in science that nobody talks about except for right here, right now. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. Back to it. Oh. Dude, that helmet is a lot heavier than you expect. It's insane. Did the algae use the new proteins? Which algae? That I was the immunotoxins, the cancer killing ones that I was talking about yesterday. No, so I normally, I mean, I was working with proteins made in yeast for the company. Well, I did make, when I first, as an undergrad, I worked on a paper that did do that. But that was, I was like me just as an assistant. I actually didn't like spearhead the research or anything. My personal PhD research was trying to hopefully improve the photosynthetic ability of algae so that they could be a better biofuels. But yeah. Quila. 38. Quila, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you doing?
Good, man. What's on your
That's
mind?
good. Yeah, I just want to know why you're a physicalist about the mind. Why you think the mind is identical to the brain?
Okay, so you're doing like a soul thing. You believe in souls and supernatural stuff.
I don't believe in souls, but yeah, I think the mind is non-natural, non-physical.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I just want to know how you give an account for like intentional mental states, since you think that all mental states are physical.
Dude, why don't you just ask some questions instead of just like drilling in? Like,
What
do
is a
you? Who are you
question?
talking to? Are you
What
talking
is
to
a
me?
question,
You're
retard?
talking to some?
You not track?
Is it talking?
I didn't even know when he's being asked a
Is
question.
this
He's a slow
okay?
boy.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah,
Is this
that's not
just like
retarded.
a tree that you go down every single time and you just kind of like repeat this stuff?
You notice how you're dodging because you're getting blown the fuck out substantively and you're conceptually malnourished? You're
Look at this
conceptually
guy. I
malnourished.
love
Look
it.
at
You're
you.
so intimidated right now, bro. Oh
YOLO
my
to your
God, you're
slow
so
boy. You don't know
scared.
basic
This is
philosophy of mind.
incredible.
You're
Wow.
actually
Is this?
conceptually malnourished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
You
definitely,
are.
man. You got me.
You're a slow boy. Do you concede that you're a slow boy? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got me, dude. You got
You
me.
do? Yes? Okay, so the
Mm-hmm.
answer is
Yeah,
yes. You do
yeah.
concede that you're a slow boy.
Everything that you think about me is correct. Everything.
You look terrible right now. Rhetorically, you're getting
Thank
blown the
you.
fuck out.
Yeah, thank
I'm
you.
giving you
I
that chance.
appreciate you noticing that. I
You're starting to
appreciate
ass up
you.
right now in the
Thank
conversation.
you. Okay.
Ironically.
All right.
Yeah, so do you think the mind is identical to the brain? Look at him, he's stun locked. He can't even
You okay?
answer.
Are you okay, dude? Are you okay? Is this what you do for fun? Or you just
Not
like
answer.
go
He's
into
not even
these like
capable of answering the
lives and
question
you
because
just
he's
have like
so
this
brain
like
dead.
conversation with
He's
yourself? Are you all
actually
right?
so brain dead he can't track in a linear fashion. He looks so
Are
bad in the
you okay, dude?
conversation.
Are you who
Just to
like
be clear, like now he's projecting
what do
because
you get
something's
out of
wrong with
this?
him.
What do you get
Like
out of this? What's your
I'm
thing?
literally smacking him in the mouth with my rhetorical dick right now. He looks so bad in the conversation.
what do you get out of this? What I don't get. What's
Notice how you're
wrong?
asking me questions instead of answering my questions, slow boy. Try one more
Yeah,
time.
cuz I think that you're just going down a
Yeah,
dialogue
yeah. So
tree and you
you
don't
do
no idea what
concede,
you're
you do
saying.
concede that it's not an
So
explanation.
so is
Answer to the
is
question.
this just come like from a massive
Now
insecurity
you're
problem
just
that
like
you have?
choking on my rhetorical dick. Now you're projecting. Look, we get it. You're
Mm.
projecting. You're insecure. The point is, I need you to just give
Why are
an
you
argument.
repeating what I said? You're just repeating exactly what I said and trying to
Wait,
sound smart.
you said that I'm projecting. Now you're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
confused.
You're
You did say
very
that.
insecure. Yeah, you're really insecure.
Yeah. Well, I said you're projecting by saying that. Do you know what that means?
You sound really insecure, bro.
You're
Are
just
you
projecting
okay?
even harder.
Are you okay?
Anyway, that's
Do
just
you have
like
you ever like seen
more
a
meta
therapist or
spiritual
anything?
babble, right? Like no
You
one's
should.
like
You
interested in
should.
the meta.
Like you
I don't know
should
if this guy
like
thinks
seek
he
help,
looks
man.
good, but
Like you
like
should
in terms of
get
substance,
some
he's
help.
getting blown the fuck out substantively.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
looks terrible.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
That's a concession. You're
Yeah.
a
Yep.
retard. You just
Mm-hmm.
conceded that he's
I'm
a retard.
conceding. Yep. I'm conceding everything
You
that you
just
want.
conceded that conceding. Can't even pronounce
Yep.
the word correctly. He's a PhD too. What a retard.
Well, you're smarter than me, man. Do you want it?
I just gave you conceptual backshots. You're
Wow.
face down, ass up right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your ass cheeks are moving in two separate directions in the
Mm-hmm.
conversation. You
Thanks,
look
dude.
terrible right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm the one that looks
I just want to
terrible
let
right
the
now.
chat know that Dr. Greg asked a minor for nudes on Discord, and there's
What the
evidence of
fuck
this.
are you
That's why he
talking
got
about?
he got banned from Vegan World for doing it.
What? Dude, he's crashing out, bro. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Dude, that's wild. That is actually wild. I agree, Cindy. Yeah. He actually did that himself. So oh my gosh, dude. I've never had anything like that. That was crazy. That was so fun. Oh yeah, if you really think that that's real, then I mean, I'm sorry. You just, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry if you actually think that that is any credible. But yeah, dude. I mean, that it is so funny. I was just talking to my wife about that, where it's like the first guy, or it's always a guy. Let's be honest. I was gonna be like, oh, I want to be gender neutral, but like it's always a guy, and always coming in with just the most insane stuff within the first 30 seconds. I don't know what it is. And it's always like this religious philosophy thing, super hard. Like I don't know if they like wait for me to go live and then they like come, but it's just wild. I don't understand. I know. I don't know. I think that he feels really insecure. Yeah, we do, Jen. We actually do science talk. We actually did do an actual science thing. We were talking about how the U.S. Supreme Court denied NIH $2 billion in funding. They tried to get it reinstated, but it unfortunately stopped that from happening. So it's a big problem. Oh, that's so funny, dude. So I think, um, I mean, I think that the amount of I work in rare. I don't understand what you're saying there, Jen. I work in rare. Um, I mean, rare disease. Oh, dude, yeah, it's really bad. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, NIH funding is exactly where MAGA is messing. Oh yeah, dude, they're always in like all the comments and stuff. All the comments are so funny. It's okay, guys. I mean, they can. We love Republicans here. It's okay. We have a lot that are in chat. It's people are join and they watch that don't agree with me, and that's great. And they're in the comments and they're in the chat, and you know we're not going to gatekeep or stop anyone. Hey, Dr. T, how's it going? Um, thank you, thank you. You're only allowed to coom if you buy a subscription, or the regulars will get you. I'm sorry, they'll come after you. Um, so the thank you. Okay, all right, guys. DoD funded. Actually, that's a really interesting question. Is Dr. Rowe? Do you know if any of the DoD funds have been stopped, just like the other ones? Oh, Beth is back. What's up, dude?
Yo,
My favorite commie. How's it going?
what's up?
How are you?
I can't see you. It's all dark.
Okay, that's not me, dude. That's not. I think I'm good. Right stream, right
No,
chat.
yeah, it's definitely me.
Okay. How's it going, man?
It's going great.
Okay. Cool. Cool. What do you want to talk about? Did you get vaccinated recently?
Recently, no.
Okay. Well, if you do, man, like let us know and we will celebrate. We just had someone, Kathy. We just celebrated her. Had a big, huge celebration for her vaccination that she just got boosted today. So that was freaking awesome because vaccines give you superpowers and they're safe and effective. Did you know that?
Superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
Vought America?
Yeah, no, they give you antibodies without getting sick. How sick is that, dude? Super sick. Super
Pretty dope.
sick. Thanks, Yvette. Thank you. What do you want to talk about, Beth? What's the question, bro?
I don't know. Just what's your favorite Pokemon?
I was like too old for it. I'm 38, man. It came out when I was like in like middle school, and it was just like I just missed it, you know. So
It's the
I wasn't
perfect
really into it.
time. It's the perfect time.
Yeah, I wasn't opposed to it, but I was playing like EverQuest and like role playing games like that, as opposed to Pokemon.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
Clay, exactly. We have the best vaccines. We do, man. 86. Thank you, Maladaptive. Thank you. I know, Cindy. Everyone's getting into Pokemon. It's really popular, especially the trading cards are like going up so much. It's insane. Beth, how did you get radicalized?
Radicalized.
Yeah.
That's a radical term.
Well, I mean, you're commie, so I mean, so I was just curious. I mean, it's fine.
Well,
I don't mean that
just
pejoratively. You would use that term before for yourself. Or how did you describe yourself? I'm sorry, dem sock. I thought.
yeah. If
Okay.
I'm gonna be realistic, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So what's your problem with Marxism then?
With Marxism,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have a problem with it.
Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm a communist.
But how did you feel about the Vanguard Party taking over?
Vanguard Party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that in Marxism that basically ushers in the stateless, classless society that kind of like is the bridge gap of the revolutionary potential and creates that way to go forward is the Vanguard Party. No, that's true.
Uh, yeah, I think that's based.
Oh, you do? So you like authoritarianism?
I thought you said a classless society.
Well, at the end, yeah, but I mean that's the problem, right? Is like who is this party? And I think that's my problem with it, right? It's like we're giving all the part. Well, Marxism gives this power to these people, this party, and maybe it could be usurped. Maybe the power of the vanguard could be taken over. And who knows what happens with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean that could happen with any kind of political,
Not necessarily.
capitalism.
We're talking about like other ways of reforming. Do you think that what is the what drew you to democratic socialism? So I guess like how do you define what's like your utopian vision? I think I tried to ask this to you before and I didn't get it. What is your like utopian vision of the future that you want to see with your politics?
Just like more social safety nets, like better funding for public schools,
Okay.
housing, just overall better working conditions, better hours, better pay, taxing the rich more. Um, I feel like more of a. I feel like we need more like community stuff
Yeah, I agree.
funded by like I feel like we're a country, but we're not really like a one people. Like it'd be cool if there could be events that happen like in your area and people would just get together and be chill, and it just stuff like that.
Man, it was so crazy. Like in San Diego, God, it was like probably 10 years ago. The power was out for 2 days. And it was just like everyone was just in the streets, like playing football. You like met your neighbors for the first time that we had lived together and lived in the same area, but we had nobody had like met each other. And befriending everyone, and it was like, dude, it was like a little block party for like a day, and it was just so awesome. It really built that community up. It was incredible. Do
Yeah, I'm
you?
actually in. Oh,
I mean, how do you feel about like science in that in your utopian vision?
science.
Where is
I
it?
mean, science is science.
But where is it? I mean, where is it in that vision?
Well, we could definitely put some more money into like research on, just vaccines and
Base,
curing
like it.
certain, like there's a lot of preventable stuff that happens within the
Mm-hmm.
human body, and I feel like if we dump more money into that, then the industrial military complex, which is just a tool for imperialism, which is pretty cringe.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I feel like that's definitely something we need to do.
Yeah. Do you think like science should play a role in creating policy, kind of like a technocracy?
Uh, yeah, but I mean, like, elaborate. What do you mean by
I
that?
mean,
Like,
I
specifically?
honestly, I don't really see any like technocratic things to point to, other than honestly, it's kind of weird, but the Fed is probably the most technocratic idea that we have in the United States. I mean, they do everything by the numbers, by metrics, and make decisions by inflation and unemployment rates, and then they have like a ton of information and data that they release, and then they also democratically vote on rate cuts and that kind of stuff. So I think that the question unemployed is like how like so for example, like if there was a study that says that let's just say put out there like UBI. So UBI is found to have like a 3-to-1 spending to economic impact. So if we had that study happen, like, and it happened in one of our cities, which happened in California, I mean, do you just implement UBI, or is there still like a legislative friction that needs to be happening? Like, how does that thing get passed into this society? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is
Honestly,
is science alone enough in order to pass legislation, or do we still have to prove it through democratic means?
definitely through democratic means. I feel like, you know, I feel like both.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, there's also the idea of federalism, right? Which is the whole idea of all the states and cities kind of being their own laboratories of democracy and trying out new things, trying out new forms of economic development. So I feel like that is a real way that these new policies can be tested out. But I feel like we don't get that. We don't get these Republican states wanting to invest into economic development and trying new things in order to improve lives. I think that's the big problem. I think you see it in the Democratic states, but it's really bad. The Chevron doctrine. The Chevron doctrine, remind me. So the Chevron doctrine was that the the departments can have more sway on things that are outside of their express legislative intent, right? So it's like the CDC has the ability to regulate CO2 emissions, even though they weren't explicitly said that they could. So, I mean, I think that that's the best way to do it. I do think that the Chevron doctrine made sense, and the fact that you can't have everything being explicitly laid out, and that it's kind of like intuitively linked. The CDC being able to regulate CO2 emissions made sense to me. Again, like stuff like that, where you're like, CDC makes a thing and a proclamation that this is how we can improve, and it's tied to the environment, and if it's trying to, you know, Oh, sorry, no, it's the EPA that's regulating CO2s. And if you're trying to protect the environment, and CO2 is directly tied with that, and that's where the nuclear power plants and the coal power plants are all tied with that, then I think it makes exact sense. They only use states' rights to take rights away. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, civil rights they made state by states doesn't make much sense. I agree. That's the best lapel pin I've ever seen. Thank you. Yeah, I love wearing boutonnieres. I'm a plant guy. I'm a plant biologist, so I like plants. So, Rhonda, we're talking about science. We just talked about the NIH gutting $2 billion and reversing the SCOTUS reversing a decision that NIH had was fighting in order to get $2 billion of research funding. And we just celebrated someone that got vaccinated. Someone got boosted, so we celebrated them because that's what we do here. We celebrate people who care about their communities and who care about their public health and our public health. So, but free energy is possible, though. They won't allow it because it would definitely free energy is not a thing, not possible, definitely. Or else we would all know about it and we would all see it. And
I disagree.
You think free energy is possible?
I definitely think it is possible.
Where is it? What is it?
I think the people who try to, talk about it or work on it get shut down.
Dude, what? What are you talking about?
I mean, there's been multiple people who've come up with, renewable. I feel like at the end of the day, it basically comes down to rich people doing bad stuff. And I feel like that's not really that big of a conspiracy. That's just reality.
No, dude, like physics is the limitation there. You can't have free energy. You can have renewable energy, so the renewable resource, but not like a free energy. You don't get in something for nothing.
Yeah, maybe not exactly free energy.
Well, that's what they're saying. So they're saying like a perpetual motion machine that can indefinitely create energy.
Well, there's something, we could definitely do something that would be very, very, very efficient compared to what we have now.
We do.
But like you said, free energy is probably not.
Vaccines are definitely safe and effective, Rhonda, and you should definitely get them. I like working with plants. I'm a plant biologist. That doesn't mean that I only eat plants. So that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Maladaptive. Yeah, I think the idea that the SCOTUS should be sitting there creating decisions on every single thing. It's just this unitary executive theory, thing where everything is being thrown to SCOTUS now, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I started watching your lives today. Oh, cool. Thank you, Miss Mo. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, we are huge public health advocates here. So thank you for liking it, and thank you for being here. There's a lot of physicians, a lot of scientists here, so you're in like mind and a good community here.
I had a question.
What's up, bro?
Since we're talking about science,
I try to. I don't get paid for vaccines, Rhonda. I don't get paid. What's up? I'm sorry.
What's your take on extraterrestrials?
I mean, you'd have to be pretty naive to think that there wouldn't be life anywhere else in the universe. So definitely think that that's true. I don't know if there's like green aliens around. I don't think that at all. But I think that there's a good chance that life is out there for sure. In our solar system, maybe, probably not though. It's going to be a lot harder to get that, to find that. And if it is, then it's it's probably going to be like microbial based or dead, like on another one.
Do you believe that they've been here on Earth, like as far as like spacecraft and whatnot?
No.
All right, hear me out. I have a story for you.
Okay.
And it's not just my story. I think it was like 30,000 people in Phoenix, Arizona, if you know what I'm talking about.
No, but dude, like these anecdotes though. I mean, do you think that?
No, it's
I
on
think
footage.
I think that unidentified flying objects are real. Okay, so like people see them and they don't know what they are, but like think of seeing like a quadcopter or something. When you don't understand what that technology is, it's gonna look insane. You're gonna think that it is alien technology when in reality it's just a quadcopter and we don't know what it is yet.
I mean, I agree with that. There's definitely a lot of, quote unquote UFO sightings that are really just like birds or something. But in this case, I mean, thousands of people saw it. It's on recording. The governor of Arizona came out and said he saw it. Even Kurt Russell, the actor who was in Phoenix, said he saw it. It's on recording.
Mhm.
It's called the Phoenix Lights. The way I found out about it was because my uncle saw it. He was there,
Cool.
and they all describe it the same way.
Okay.
And I mean,
I mean,
if you want to know the official explanation, it said it was flares,
yeah.
military flares.
Yeah, I mean,
But
there's even like the Navy released some videos of like unidentified flying objects, and that we don't know about. There's lights, that in the sky that are moving in a way that we don't understand, and I mean that's what I'm saying. There literally is unidentified flying objects, but are they actually like little green aliens? Like I don't know. I mean, I don't think so.
well, definitely not little green aliens. I feel like that's
They're
making it.
big green aliens. Oh, Gloomy
Yeah,
Moss, thank you. How's it going? Dude, Gloomy Moss, amazing. Guys, if you actually want to see what microbiology is, Gloomy Moss, her page, amazing. Like incredible. One of my favorite algae of all times, Volvox, and she has an amazing video of it. It's so cool, guys. It's like a big sphere and there's like these little like green it's just it's a beautiful alga. It's really nice. So go check it out. Go Gloomy Moss, guys. Um, yeah, dude. I mean, do you think that ancient aliens existed?
well, I mean, that would be the same thing as modern day aliens. So, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's like the idea is that's where our technology is coming from. It came from is like these alien technologies.
I mean, I guess I don't like. All I'm
You
saying is
just
that.
can't see like I guess like to something like that though, right?
Well,
I mean, there
it's
has to be
you're
like
saying. I
there
mean,
has to
I
be
didn't say
some
that. You're saying that. I'm just
no.
saying that people in
I'm
Phoenix saw
asking you.
this thing.
But I think the thing is, bro, what frustrates me about these conversations is that like I could explain to you technology that I do every day in the lab, and you would think that there's no way this is happening, and this must be alien technology. Like the bedrock understanding of like a high school level science education versus undergrad versus PhD research versus like is like so far that chasm is gigantic now. And like we are doing some crazy Star Trek stuff now that you would absolutely think that I was lying about or thought it was magic or thought it was UFOs. And we don't need UFO technology. Like we are already so far. Yeah, exactly, Gloomy. Or like, dude, there's little green men that are on the world that can like figure out based off of magnetic waves where they are in the world and go to a pinpoint location just based off of feeling of those magnetic waves. Oh, sorry. Did I say men? I meant turtles. Those are turtles. That's what a turtle does. Do you know what I mean? Like actual nature is like literally unfathomable to a human mind that we can. There's things that have evolved that are better than what we can even imagine. We don't need like these ancient alien technology thing. We don't need it. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I mean that just kind of goes to show how crazy the Earth is, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. How amazing evolution is. Like how like it's not a stepwise progression. Thanks, Dr. T. It's not a stepwise progression where the humans are at the top. You know, it really is all these organisms that have evolved with us, and they are just as evolved as we are. So they are just as evolved as we are to talk about this and talk about philosophy and use technology like I'm using now. Like turtles are evolved to sense where they are based off of magnetic waves or correspondence some way, and figuring out where they are and going back to the exact same beach that they were birthed at. Isn't that wild?
that is pretty bonkers. But yeah, I don't see the correlation.
Yeah. Rhonda, you should get back and get in chat. What's up? How's it going? You should request up. Um, yeah. That's why we should study it, man. That's why science is so important, that we don't understand what's happening a lot of times. We have a lot of things that are unexplained in nature that we can learn from, that we can use as a technology from. I mean, we just figured out CRISPR existed, bro, and there's like 60 to 70% of bacteria have some type of CRISPR system inside of them. Like, how do we not know that for the longest time? You know what I mean? Like, that's wild. There's so much left to discover. Like, and think about this. This is wild. We have explored more the surface of Mars through rovers than we have explored microbes on Earth. By explored microbes, I mean cultured microbes or sequenced their genomes. We've explored like 99.8% of microbes are unexplored. We can't grow them in the lab. We haven't sequenced them, and we've like gone with rovers like 2% of Mars or something, and have that all the we have pictures of like 2% of Mars. So it's like, dude, like, and that is literally like microbiology is the final frontier of exploration in biology on Earth. Like, what are the microbes underneath the Marianas Trench? What are the microbes like in the deep mantle? What are the microbes, in these places? And how do their metabolisms work? How do they have proteins and pathways of regulation of these different things? Like how do they make new proteins or regulatory mechanisms? Like, it's just, there's so many different things that we don't understand about microbiology. It's amazing, dude. It's fucking incredible. And we're talking about what the endpoint there is, like new fuels. So new things that we could use as a fuel, that run things that have energy in them. New materials, so new plastics or biodegradable stuff or that kind of thing. New foods, like food sources, like proteins and everything like that. I mean, we're completely, yeah, gloomy. Exactly. We have the algae as a biofuel, could be used right now to make all combustion engines run renewably right now. We don't need to all buy electric cars. You could literally just run algae biofuels for everything. So it's incredible.
You said you could use algae as fuel.
Yeah. That's what we do right now. Algae, we're basically using 500 million year old algae. That's what we're pulling from the ground with crude oil. And then we remove all the plant stuff, the cell debris, minus the triglycerides, which is like the lipids, which is the energy form. And that's what oil companies do. That's what refinement of the oil is. And that 85, 87, 89 is just the length of carbons that are on the triglycerides. So that are on the lipids. And they refine them into different lengths, and then they sell it to you. So like, we are taking carbon that is from the ground, and then through internal combustion engines, exporting it to the atmosphere. But algae biofuels would basically take carbon from the air, and then we would combust it back into the air. So that's the big thing. It wouldn't be like ground to air, it would be air to air. And obviously there would be some type of energy used in order to create that algae biofuels. So it's not like completely net neutral, but you could power it by renewable fuels. So you could power it by solar, you could power it by wind, you could power it by hydroelectric, means, so that it's still super, super, super efficient and it is sustainable. Hydrogen is tough because it's super pressurized and it's a lot more dangerous, I think. I think that's the biggest problem with it. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually use, there are, Gloomy, did you see they actually have photovoltaic cells that are with algae now, which is kind of an interesting way of thinking about it. It is really cool. Well, it happens. No, so naturally, for Nico, naturally, you could just do it right now. I mean, we used to do it as for like elementary school kids. We would just take algae that we purified, and then you just run RC planes off of it. So you could do it. You could do it right now. Beth, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, or whatever your name is. So I appreciate you, man. Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate you.
Sure.
Have a good one, okay?
You too.
See ya. What's the best option for the plant? I see a Corrine. How do eels reproduction is actually really interesting. It just got there was a paper that just got released a couple years ago that did talk about that, ecoms. Like it was unknown to science how freshwater eels actually reproduced, and then because they go out into the ocean, and we don't know where they go. But then we found out that they are basically so small that they were actually being misidentified as a separate species, and now we kind of like have that information now. So it's very interesting, very cool. The best option for Earth is basically all the options. So you got to just use everything. There's nuclear is really good. There are use cases for nuclear. We can't like abandon all of it. We have to use solar and wind arrays when we can. We have the space for it. You have to use all of it. The survival of humans as a species is important enough that we have to push on all doors, guys. We got to push on everything to see what it is. And there's some interesting nuclear fusion research going on too. So fission is what we normally do right now. Fusion is a new technology that's similar to what the sun is using. And so it's really cool. All right, guys. Line is open, by the way. Line is open if you want to come in here and you want to ask a question. Also, if you've gotten vaccines, if you've gotten a booster, we celebrate people that take public health seriously and do your part in getting vaccinated. So if you want to jump into the voice chat to say you got vaccinated, we will celebrate you here. Every single person, every single time, every single shot, we will celebrate you here. Nuclear waste is a problem, Ratchet. I definitely do agree. I also think that we have to that there are ways of trying to mitigate that. I think that's the idea. I see you, Marcia. We're just gonna say hi to Nico real quick. Friend of the show, everyone. Nico, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Dr. Greg?
What's up, Nico? How's it going, man?
So I'm curious what your perspective is on like what is preventing biofuels from really taking off. Is it cost? Is it the yield?
Yeah, it's all of it. It's like the cost of scale. So basically, the economy of scale problem is that you need money to put into something that isn't profitable yet to get enough of it flowing and to get the production big enough so that the price per liter goes down dramatically. And actually, the
Right.
Inflation Reduction Act Biden, it was the biggest piece of climate change legislation that ever went through, and there was $10 billion that were specifically earmarked for algae biofuels. Unfortunately, 400 out of the $500 billion didn't wind up being spent. So I don't know where any of that money went, and I don't think none of that money went to algae biofuels. So we had that chance, but nobody cared, and that's it. That's all she wrote, man.
I guess you could argue that we're the planet is subsidizing our current fuel, right? Because that was made naturally by pulling carbon out of the air.
Exactly.
And
It's not fair, dude. It's not fair. I mean, you basically have these oil companies that are competing with the algae, a cost for cost, when the oil companies aren't making those carbon bonds. The oil companies aren't making fermented algae. The oil companies aren't having to make the media to grow the algae. They're just taking a finished product and just sucking it up out of the ground. So I mean, they have the easiest job in like probably any field, and we subsidize them too. On top of that, it's disgusting.
yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of talks where essentially the goal seems to be plants can pull CO2 out and they can make sugar. And we have to find a way to like add more energy density to sugar, right? So that we could. And ethanol is a pretty dense energy molecule, right? And we
No,
have
it's really bad
ethanol.
actually. No, Luke,
Is it?
compared to it's very easy compared to actually making algae biofuels de novo, but a new algae biofuels. I mean, it's very easy. Ethanol is only 2 carbons, right? So the
Yeah.
energy is
Well, with
stored.
the hydroxyl group, though, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, that's the problem there is that's where all the bonds are in the energy. And think of how long 85, 89, carbons wide, for the lipids. So I mean, the amount of energy that we put into our fuel, the 10% ethanol actually dilutes it. So it's actually an
Yeah.
awful thing that we have corn ethanol.
Well, I thought it
in our-
was. I heard an argument because they use it in race cars. I heard that the oxygen added to it helps complete the combustion, helps the stoichiometry of combustion. Because I mean, fuel is eight carbons, right? Diesel is like 16 carbons, and then I think with crude oil you have like the really long carbon chains, but it seems to be. I mean, there is no better energy density than a hydrocarbon. That's like the most energy
Sure.
we're going to get, right? It just, yeah, and it's interesting to kind of like, I guess all of these forms of energy are not going to have the same energy density, but also combustion isn't the best way to, like, combustion isn't that efficient, right? You're only
Exactly, yeah.
capturing what, like 20% tops of that
Exactly.
energy, right?
Yeah, it's
A
not.
lot of it's in heat.
Motors are way, way, way more efficient. Luke,
Yeah.
I appreciate, dude, you being an oil refinery operator, but dude, think about this, man. All the same things that you are doing, you have to do that to separate out the oil. You have to do that with an algae fermentation tank. But in order to actually make the fuel, you have to create the fermentation. You have to create the algae cell. You have to do, and then you have to separate it out, all like the same process that you're doing, bro. So it is a lot easier. Yeah, it is a lot easier to what the oil companies are doing. So yeah, I mean, I think like motors are incredibly efficient compared to internal combustion engines. Like, I mean, they're definitely the way to forward. It's just whether or not like we use the trillions of dollars of gas tanks, of oil pipelines, of oil tanks, and all that infrastructure that we have. I mean, it's like trillions of dollars at this point. So, at some point we actually have to either create an entirely new energy infrastructure or use what we have existing. And I think that we should use like what we have existing for just a little bit at least until, because just asking everyone to buy an electric car and and getting rid of all that oil infrastructure that we already have built, that can't be good for all the for the environment.
Right on. Yeah, I was just curious what your thoughts were on biofuels, but yeah, I'll let you get on to the next guest. I might tag on later.
Sweet. Yeah, yeah, please. Thanks, man. Thank you, Nico. Appreciate you. Have a good one, man. All right. Guys making fuel out of plastics. I mean, sure, man. Yeah, I think that's good. It's just not going to be, you know, I think that's, we got to get rid the waste and all the pollution out for sure. Marsha Mello. Marsha Mello, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Pretty good. Hey, do you remember me like last week? I talked to you about where to go for research for
Oh,
my abdominal adhesions from a hysterectomy.
oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How did it go?
Kind of remember? I know you talked to a lot of people, but you gave me some great advice
No
to go
way.
look. Yeah, you did. Like to go look on NIH and go look for. They canceled everything.
Oh, no.
They have shut down. They've canceled funding for research for autoimmune, adhesions, women's endometriosis, PCOS, cardio. I mean, it's hundreds of things the NIH, well, this administration has defunded. And so, anyways, I just wanted to give you an update because you did give me some great advice.
That is heartbreaking. I'm
And
so
I went
sorry.
through, and then I found out what was it? It was just a couple days ago. The administration, I had called Stanford. There was one going on. It was a spray that
Mm-hmm.
when they went in surgically, they would spray it inside of you, and it would dissolve the adhesions.
Hmm.
And that research is no more.
Oh, my gosh.
So I just wanted to give you an update, and I just wanted to thank you for giving me like a new place to look, and
Yeah.
then everything's gone. So
I'm so
I just
sorry.
want to update you. That's okay. I
Oh, that
mean,
is
hey, I
gut-wrenching.
mean,
I'm so sorry.
yes, yeah, and I mean it is, but I just wanted to give you an update,
Okay,
and
thank you
I'm
for coming
always
back.
there,
Thank you.
and yeah,
I really appreciate you.
and I love this discussion that you have because I took a lot of virology and
Oh, cool.
immunology and all that in college. So, like, I have some sense, of
Mm-hmm.
course, as an undergrad only.
Yeah.
But you have to, really, when you have these kind of health, you know, things, you have to go research and find out as much as you can
Mm-hmm.
to try to find, if there is something else for me because I'm only 54.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Keep fighting,
So,
okay?
but yes, it will. And
Don't let
thank you.
this get you down. Like I'm so sorry, but like just try other, see if like at Canada, on genuinely see if there's
Yeah.
other countries and stuff that are doing this other stuff too. Like don't.
There's a lot going on in China. There's no
Okay.
way I'm going to be able to get to China, but I am going to keep an eye on, I have it like, I have a, what do you call it? It'll notify me of something new.
Good.
So,
Good.
anyways, but that was just it. I don't want to take up much of your time. I just wanted to give you an update and thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. That
Okay.
I'm so happy that you were going out there and advocating for yourself, and like that kind of spirit and stuff is just, you're gonna be strong through this.
There
You're gonna
is,
keep
and
going.
I'm starting to like reach out into other to discords that I'm in
Good.
and just randomly like going, hey, this happened to me. Is there any?
Yeah.
And I've met 2 people this week across America that are going through the same exact thing, and they are around my age. So it's like, okay, there's got to be others, and what are they doing?
Yeah.
Because just taking pills is not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Keep fighting.
Yep.
This isn't the end. This is just a speed bump, and
Yep.
these people
It's
aren't
just
going to get you
networking.
down, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Gotcha. Thank you
Bye
so
bye.
much for coming. Oh man. Damn it, guys. This stuff has, if you guys wonder why we keep, yeah, Benson, yeah, keep fighting. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Yeah, if you got a problem, you can jump into voice, bud. Otherwise, you can just stand there and be a wuss on the sidelines, like you always are, and all you people always are. So, meanwhile, people that actually care about one another and that actually want to try to solve problems in the world, we are going to keep fighting to actually make the world a better place. While you just sit there and mire in your toxicity and do nothing but send stupid text messages so that you can talk to your drunk friends at bars and talk about how you own the libs. So, stay mad, dude. Rhonda, we are. We literally are. That's the thing, is that scientists like dedicate our lives to this. You guys are just doing this because you think it's funny and you think it's a sport. That's the difference. We are dedicated our entire lives and everything towards this. You are nothing. You are a flash in the pan. Welcome to the show, Vaughn. How's it going?
Hey, man.
What's up?
Look, brother, you can't worship science. The only thing that's going to save us is Jesus.
Okay. Cool.
You an atheist, I'm guessing?
I'm a Christian atheist.
Christian atheist? What's that mean?
You don't know about Christian atheism?
So you like everything Christian, you just don't think that Jesus is God?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that like the teachings of Jesus Christ of Nazareth are really cool. I think that he has good points about taking care of one another, that the rich, it's not a good, gluttony isn't, and greed isn't a good virtue to have. Taking care of the poor, healing people. I think that's all good, like, morals that we should all follow. But I just don't think that he's the son of God,
Why not?
because I don't believe in supernatural things.
You believe in the Big Bang, don't you?
Yeah, it's a natural process, though.
Yeah, but you don't have evidence that it's true.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we have tons of it.
Plus, well, I don't think you do, but
Yeah, we do.
plus it's like if everything in this world is a cause and effect, how did the universe come into existence? It had to have a starting point, didn't it? Did it not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I really don't think about stuff like that. I don't really like. It's not an answer that I might ever know. So, and there's things that I don't understand and I don't know as a human, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, if it's basically Pascal's wager, though, man. Like if we're not saved by, in my view, we're not saved by God, then we're not going to be. We're gonna have eternity in hell, and I don't want you to be there.
Thanks for looking out for me, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure that an omnipotent, omnipresent God would be able to know that I'm just believing in it, just to believe in it, you know. So I mean, and you are an atheist too, right? You're an atheist about Zeus, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I don't think that those gods are real.
Exactly. So why can't you just? So here we go. I'll do it to you. Well, I mean, that's why I believe in Zeus, man. You know, Pascal's wager. You know, what if Zeus is right?
Um, yeah, I just don't because I
Exactly.
mainly believe it because Jesus came down to earth.
Well, I mean, Zeus, man. They're all the gods. Mount Olympus is right there. So, I mean, why would I believe in Christianity when Zeus is right there? Pascal's wager, you know.
Well, I mean, they just did a bunch of crooked things, like objectively crooked, bad things. I don't think that Jesus did a single bad thing ever.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't.
I mean, you realize that there's like thousands of religions that have existed on Earth, right? So it's not like, you know, you're probably most likely Christian because you were born in the United States. You know, if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you were going to be Muslim. You know.
Well, sometimes people bring up this stuff like ancient religions had similar stories of the death and
Yeah.
rebirth story and this and that. And I don't, looking into it, they aren't exactly the same at all. I mean, there could be a death and rebirth. That's fine. But I think that the revelation.
Sorry, one second. I'm not jumping around enough. Sorry, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
Um, yeah, I think that God came through our minds at first, and I don't know if those
I
cultures just
agree.
got it wrong.
I
That
agree with
you
you.
know,
I think that they're all like I think that there's actually scientific evidence for the evolution of religion, and that's why it exists. Is that that basically you create an in group that people are more likely to look out for one another, share resources, heal one another. Defense mechanisms like defend in a survival scenario. So, they've actually done computer science simulations and they've created religion inside of these evolutionary mechanisms, and the religious group wins. So, I mean, that's kind of where as humans, as we had the developed frontal cortex, we had these philosophical questions that we didn't really have the answer to. So we've created ways of explaining it, and I think that there's nothing wrong with that. I think that what the big problem is that the way that religion hampered society for so long. I mean, theocratically, you had like religion in charge of all culture and governments for what was 1,000, 2,000 years, man. And it wasn't until we've abandoned that and the scientific revolution happened that's when we started making advancements in like quality of life, right? Where people started living past like 30, 35 years. So it's, I think that, we're kind of past that, man.
well, the thing is, you don't find it a little weird that multiple cultures get the same things in their mind, the same type of stories? Like it's almost like it's
Yeah,
part of the human condition. Like we are
exactly.
made to be religious, and
Yeah,
I think
sun
that
like a
Christianity
sun
is
in the
true.
in the sky that rises and falls all the constantly. Like that's a very archetype. It's a very similar archetype in a lot of different religions. I mean, this is actually even what is it? The Seventh Day Adventists. That this is like their, or is it? I think it's they basically source all the other religions to say that their religion is the correct religion. Do you know?
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with Seven Day Adventists,
Yeah,
but
there's lots of different religions that see this, right, and they came late to the party, and then they reference all the other religions and they say, oh, that was our God too, that was our God, all that kind of stuff.
yeah, the main thing I think is I know other religions have similar stories. I just think it is God trying to communicate through our senses or through our mind that because I don't know, I just find it weird that like I just think God is within all of us and
Cool.
he's the voice of good in your head and you have the right and like we all have the ability to discern it
But why
and
why do you
it's
think that? I mean, like, but obviously, dude, like, the moral teachings of Jesus Christ have not been within the people that are Christian and the Republican Party in the United States, right? I mean, that's we can both agree, no matter what your politics is, that Trump does not have any adherence to Christian values, right?
well aside from Trump, I think the right is more aligned with Christian values than not.
Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, that's like Trump is the head of the Republican Party, and for the last 10 years, I mean, that is that guy.
Thing with me is I think that look, I understand what you're saying. Trump, I don't think Trump is a great guy. I think he's
Okay,
actually kind of a bad person.
I
I
agree.
think
I
that
totally
the
agree.
right conserving certain traditions, like on the face, it seems like liberals would be more Christian. I mean, they're trying to help the downtrodden, this, that, and
Yeah,
the other.
exactly,
But at
exactly.
the same time, but in today's
Mm-hmm.
age, they're toxically compassionate. It's like they can be
Interesting.
so compassionate that it becomes toxic. Like I don't think that all this stuff nowadays with the progressivism and
Wow, that's really
self.
interesting. Isn't that a Christian value though? Like, is Jesus selfless? Is he
Yeah, he
toxically
is. He
compassionate?
is. Not toxically.
What do you
That's the
mean?
thing.
I mean, well, dude,
You
he was
you
he. What are you talking about? He was cleaning the feet of prostitutes, man. Like, what do you mean? Like, those are people that he didn't agree with morally at all.
yeah, but he also had rigid boundaries. Like whenever they were trying to sell things in the church, he
That
popped off. He didn't
well,
didn't
exactly.
he,
But that was for people that were charging an interest rate. I mean, I agree with that. That's the greed aspect of it that I really love too. I mean, the anti-gluttony, anti-greed, that I can really get behind. But the idea that like Jesus was cleaning the feet of people that he morally disagreed with, I mean, that's your toxic compassionate ways of thinking that you were just talking about, and you said that was a bad thing.
Well, look, the left nowadays I don't agree with because, like, you're not going to like what I'm about to say, but with the whole putting like LGBTQ and trans and all this other stuff on a pedestal, same way how we were talking about how different cultures throughout time have gotten similar stories in their religions.
How many?
I
How
think
much percentage of
I
the
think
United States do you think is trans? Give
a
me a
very small
percentage.
percentage, a very
Okay.
small percentage,
Okay.
probably like one in every like 500.
Okay. Dang. Okay. You're right. You're actually right on. There was like a YouGov poll that Republicans said that they thought 25% of the country was trans.
Well, yeah, like that's the
Isn't that
thing, man. I
wild?
don't think that
Isn't
I
that wild?
don't
Do you
think
think that
that.
there's like some false, like some disinformation going on that is
Yes,
being
I think that
pushed
they're
out?
being led. Yes, I think that that
Okay.
ideology is being romanticized when it has bad outcomes in the end,
Oh,
and
I
we
think
can't
I think
see
the
it.
anti-trans ideology is being romanticized, and that people are being scapegoated. Trans people are being scapegoated for sure, because like Kamala Harris didn't talk about trans issues at all. But like you look at like Republican TikTok feeds and stuff, and it was just video after video after video of her talking about trans issues over and over and over again.
Well, this is where we differentiate. I think that humans, especially men versus women, we have different natures, and
Hmm.
those natures are intrinsic. Of course, you're going to have an exception to the rule. You'll have like a, man that doesn't meet traditional masculine or traditional or normal man features or qualities. But I still think it's a general thing. I don't think this whole self interpretation
Do you
that the
think that
left
trans?
pushes is a
Do you
good
think that
thing.
trans
Like
thing
you can be
was
whatever you
created by
want.
humans?
Um, I think no. I think gender dysphoria is real, and
Okay, but do you
and
think
I
that
feel sorry
that
for those
trans
people.
people are created by humans? Do you think it's a
I
manifestation of
think
culture?
I yes,
Okay,
widely today,
okay, that's
yes.
incorrect. That's incorrect. So, like clownfish, for example, can actually, like the biggest clownfish of an anemone is always female, and if the female dies, then one of the male clownfish will literally turn female and start changing their gametes to become female. So like it happens all the time. We actually just read a story that talked about birds, how birds like lay genetically male birds like create eggs, and it's like 5% of the bird population is like trans.
Okay, well, first off, these aren't mammals,
Okay,
and
but
I
this
don't.
is what I mean. I mean, we just said you just said that being trans was created by humans, and I'm just giving you example after example of it happening in nature. So it's not
Yeah,
created
but
by
you're talking
humans.
about things that don't really have personality. I think mammals have much more personality
We're
and
talking about
and
the
roles.
nature of how we exist in the world, man. And I'm having example after example of
Well,
trans
no, I
people,
understand that.
trans things existing.
But I think mammals are much more oriented towards like each specs has its own role in there. Like I
You
don't
don't
think
think
that
that
you could show
humans are?
me.
You don't think that humans are complicated?
No, I think they're complicated, but I
Okay,
think in
yeah. So
general
like
we
in that
have
complication, there is
natures.
a lot of spectrum in how it can be expressed. That is the genetic diversity of life that happens, in that you have, it's called phenotypic elasticity if you want to like actually check it out. But like basically you have like a range. Thanks, Jesse. You have ways of like expression of sexual expression, and within that you have a spectrum that is expressed within it. So, in order to have like a hypersexual male that will have lots of partners, you have on a spectrum, you have like homosexuality on that same one, that's where it's like the opposite, where you wouldn't necessarily have a ton of offspring, but on the other end, you have a ton of offspring. Do you know what I mean?
Look, yeah, I think there's a spectrum with humans and how they express themselves and
Okay, then we
all this
agree.
other stuff.
Then you agree.
But I don't think it should be romanticized.
But we're just talking about the biology, bro. We're not talking about we're not romanticizing anything. What you want to romanticize is totally up to you, bro. What I'm talking about is actually biology.
No, yeah, I think so you don't think that any of the trans stuff is used in a bad way
How? What do you mean
at
used in a
all?
bad way?
Like you just think it's wholly good? It's something that should be explored, like
Do you
if you
know
want to
a
explore
hundred
it,
years
like
ago? Do you know how many left-handed people there were?
probably like 5%, 10% of the
Zero.
population.
Zero. You know why?
Really?
Yeah, because
Why?
if they were left-handed, you either in the culture you either got your left hand chopped off or you wrote with your right hand. There was zero left-handed people. So what happened was we realized that oh my gosh, these people are actually left-handed and they're just different and we can write with their left hand and we don't force people to be right-handed when they weren't. It's the same way, man. The culture and how we perceive the world is the breadth is increasing and we are allowing people to be who they are. I think that's a good thing.
Look, of course, I don't think there should be any, punishment towards these people, but it's like there's no stigma around left-handed people.
There
There will
was
always be
incredible
cultural.
culture stigma. What do you mean?
Okay, well, listen, there will always be cultural stigma, a negative cultural stigma around the glorification and the putting up on the pedestal of like
What are you
LGBTQ
talking about,
trans
bro? Like, do
ideology.
you understand like like Roman times that like an older man would have like a younger guy, a teenager, and take it basically as his like romantic partner? Do you realize that?
Yeah, and I'm
That
sure
was a
that they
part of
thought it
the
was
culture.
disgusting.
So it wasn't like it wasn't a DEI, initiative during Roman times. It was that that it was part of their culture and they thought it was okay.
Well, I didn't live in those times. I'm sure
Exactly,
people
but
still thought it was
you're
pretty
saying that
gross.
this is created now and that this is by the Democratic Party and it's romanticized and stuff. And we're going nature, we're going previous cultures, we're going, one after example after another where it's not. And I think what's happening is that genuinely, I think instead of actually focusing on issues that we will actually try to improve our lives as Americans, we have these wedge issues that are being pushed on people to believe that that's having a way bigger impact than what it is, bro. When you have
Well, I
like
don't
you
think it
have
should be
sorry, one
minimized by
second, when
you.
you have, in the last what was it, 10 years where you have these hatred of the DEI initiatives and queer people, you have the tripling of net worth by these billionaires and like what's happened is that we have more and more Republicans just coddling these billionaires and bootlicking them over and over and over again while telling you the real person that you should be caring about that's really doing harm in our society isn't the billionaires, it's somehow trans people existing, that's gay people being more accepted. It's wrong, it's just absolutely wrong.
Yeah, look. We're gonna differ on this.
You
Like,
think billionaires are a good thing?
well, it depends on what they're doing for their community.
What bro, what has a billionaire ever done for you?
Well, it depends.
Name
I've
it,
been
name
employed
one
by a
thing.
billionaire before. I worked at Amazon before.
Okay. What? No, 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 no. Having a company, the billionaires don't have companies. I mean, billionaires have like non-billionaires have companies. That's not like a unique thing for billionaires specifically. What did, Bezos do?
Well, I mean, every day, like the amount of packages that are delivered in your local area. I mean, he's doing great things for you. If you want to order, like,
Bro,
let's say if you want to
bro,
order
dude, this is
if you want to
pathetic, bro.
order
This is
anything, you'll get it
pathetic,
within a
dude.
day because of him.
You are bootlicking a guy that literally gave you like the
No, I don't
least
even
amount of
like the
money.
guy.
Then why are you holding
I
water
don't
for
like
him,
any of
bro?
these billionaires. I'm saying that
Well,
they do good things for us. If you
what?
want something delivered in one day,
They're
you go
parasites
to
and but
Amazon.
wait. So you just went from the Jesus was good because he was pissed that there was a single tax that was made on goods that were sold on the church land. Okay, you thought that was too far, and that was a value that you thought was good that you should be upholding. To now, you're saying this billionaire that's so gluttonous that he has like 1,000 years of wealth accumulated But that guy, he's doing some good things for society. Wait, I'm sorry, bro. I guess I'm just too Christian for you. I don't understand your values.
No, listen, I don't like Jeff Bezos. I don't like Mark Zuckerberg. I don't like Elon Musk. I don't
It
like
sounds
any
like
of
you
them.
do. It sounds like you really
No,
like
no,
them.
no. I can admit that they do add value to my life.
No,
If
they
I want to
don't, bro.
order something,
No.
if I want to order something on Amazon compared to like if I would have lived 50 years ago, there's no telling how long I would get,
No.
said item.
No, bro.
Month?
They can do that without Bezos accumulating the gluttony of of hundreds of billions of dollars. Like that you're just bootlicking him for no reason, man.
Well, look, I wish that there wasn't such a big income gap. Trust me, I mean, I don't know how
It's
to
not
fix
just
that. I'm
income, it's
not.
wealth. It's wealth too, dude. These guys are like running away with it, bro. They are parasites to a society.
What do you think? Communism is the way to go?
No, I'm saying that we shouldn't. Was Jesus communist?
Um, in terms of our soul, yes, we're all equal in terms of our soul.
Do you think
But
that Jesus' values should be adhered to and we should strive for them?
on a political, like how we construct society, I don't think, especially with how communism has failed every time it's
No,
been
we're talking about
implemented.
Jesus, dude. Don't talk about communism. I'm talking about Jesus' values.
Well, yeah, I think that Jesus would much rather capitalism over communism, since communism actively dislikes religious people.
Bro, okay. Sermon on the Mount. Again, he was flipping tables over because people were charging a single tax in the church. So, again, what
Yeah, in the
what
church.
values exactly? So okay,
In the church.
yeah. So
But that's the
wouldn't that
highlighter that you got to look at here.
wouldn't
in the
the
church.
church be like our country here? Wouldn't that be the whole idea?
I don't know what you're really asking. What I'm saying is communism actively hates religious
Why are you
people.
bringing up
It tries
communism, bro?
to make.
Why are you bringing up? I'm saying that there's no way that
Well, that's
Jesus
the
is
argument that you're
going
making.
to be okay. It is easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. I mean, they're spelling it out. Like there is very few things, the political statements in the Bible. One of them is definitely anti-billionaire, definitely in the accumulation and the gluttony and the greed. And you're defending it. These are anti-Christian values, bro. I don't know. You came in here trying to debate me about Christianity, but I'm the Christian here, and so I don't even know what you're defending. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I think a billionaire can be a good person.
Okay, then you're
And
wrong.
by
You're
the
just
way, that
anti-Christian. You're just anti. You're not Christian, bro. You're just not
no.
Christian. Yes,
No,
yes, you're not
you're
Christian.
presupposing.
I don't know what you
No,
are.
hold on.
You are not Christian. You don't. I would
Yes,
not
I
call
am.
yourself one. No, you're not. You're
Look,
not.
dude,
You're not.
you cannot presuppose that a rich person, by virtue of being rich, just goes to hell. It doesn't work like
It says
that.
that in the Bible. It is
No, it
easier
says
for a
it's
camel
harder
to get
for
to the
them.
eye through a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Yeah,
So
but
what are they talking about? What is
Yeah,
that?
well, first off, it's an allegory. It's
Oh,
not.
okay. So what's
It's
the
not
allegory? What's the bigger
absolutely
statement there?
true.
What is okay?
It,
Exactly. So
it
what's
means
the moral of the story there?
it means that they have a lot of wealth, so they're probably more likely to be consumed by that wealth. But there can be a good billionaire. There can be good rich people that use their resources to help others. I don't really like the ones that we've listed, such as Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and all these other ones. I think that they probably are shady individuals that
Bro, you are not.
probably have
You're
a God
not. You're not.
complex.
You're not Christian, man. I'm sorry. You're not. So it's fine.
Dude,
It's
hold
fine.
up.
You're not Christian. It's fine.
Hold up. You can't.
Yeah,
Well, okay.
I am.
Well,
I am.
no, no.
I
What?
literally am, and we're going through it, and you don't have Christian values, so I don't know what to
Well,
tell
hold
you.
up.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. But we were talking about capitalism over communism,
Yeah.
and it seems like you're making the argument that communism would be better when communism actively hates religious people.
No, I never even talked about communism. You're the one that
Well,
brought up communism. I'm bringing up
Well, no,
Christian
hold up.
values, and you brought up communism.
You were alluding to that Jesus would have been a communist.
I'm alluding to the fact that you could have like wealth taxes in the country that don't allow people to accumulate billions of dollars. The United States used to have at the top marginal tax rates like 95%, so that people wouldn't be able to do this. So it's like you could actually within the United States and in our history, literally there is a history of the United States having these laws and legislation in like passed that would be more aligned with Christian values. So the idea that you're immediately going to communism is just, again, man, it's just another false way that you've been indoctrinated by these. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but that it isn't Christian. It isn't historical to the United States.
No, I think. Well, listen. I think that capitalism isn't a great system, but it's the best thing that we've got.
Okay, that's fine.
And
Go ahead. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you can have reforms within capitalism to
why are you a
enshrine
doctor in
more
the
of
first
these
place?
Christian values. I mean, that's fine.
you wouldn't even be a doctor if we lived in a
Okay.
communist country.
Okay.
You literally like are incentivized by your pay. Are you not? I mean, I know you like helping people too, but there's no way that you would be actively wanting to be like. There's no way that you would be motivated to be a doctor if we lived in like a communist type
How much? I'm
society,
a
right?
scientist, dude. How much do you think I'm getting paid?
Well, I saw last night you said that you recently got laid off because of Trump, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry for that. But
Thank you. I appreciate
Um,
that. So in
I don't
San
know how
Diego,
much
I'm
you
making
paid.
$100,000. So that's like not. I mean, dude, that is not like a lot.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, I mean, it incentivizes people to become their best self, and it sucks that it is the way it is right now. And I wish that we could do something because I think the politicians are all. There should be term limits. There should be no insider trading, all this other stuff that they get away with. But what I'm saying is like, we need a capitalist society so we are even incentivized to have a purpose. Like, if we don't have a purpose, we're all going to be depressed. We're all going to be, no means to an end. It's just,
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And in order to incentivize that in our communities and into like our cities and our states, we need to have economic development to allow people to live their best life so that they can have the most impact, right? That is so that they can make those businesses, so that they can create the Amazon. What's Amazon 2? What's going to be competing against Amazon? Because maybe with drones or something, we could do it within less than a day. And that competitive drive that we used to have in the United States, that is what we used to have. We didn't have these monopolies. We actually had anti-monopoly legislation being passed. But because of people like Bezos and these billionaires, we actually have the rise of these mega monopolies where Amazon isn't just a monopoly in warehouse delivery or online shopping. They're a near monopoly in the web services that they provide, the internet hosting. So it's like they're a mega monopoly. And like not only are we coddling these billionaires, which is anti-Christian, but we are allowing them to just run rampant within our capitalist economy.
yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do about it, but at the same time, we have social media nowadays. We have AI to help us as well, which I'm not really a fan of AI. Do you like AI?
I mean, it's a tool. I mean, I don't love it, but I think that it is something that can facilitate some it can make some problems a lot worse, and it can help solve some other things. So
Do you think that are you okay with if AI took over the human race and we just kind of die out?
no, dude, I'm for liberty. I'm for liberty and freedom. Like I don't want to be like bootlicking an AI just as much as I want to be bootlicking a billionaire, dude. I don't think that we should have these pyramids of power that we all just kind of like consume. I don't agree with authoritarianism. I don't agree with that type of stuff. I like democracy. I like people having like liberty to do what they want and the freedom to have a choice.
People in the comments are asking what kind of questions that. That's literally what some of these really high up people in the tech industry like want. Ray Kurzweil, he works at Google. He wants this type of humanity. I mean,
Bro, no.
a lot of these people.
You're thinking about the wrong tech people. What you should be thinking about is like Peter Thiel, which is like the puppet master
him
of
too.
JD Vance, and
Vance humanist.
they're completely locked in stock with the Trump administration, and that's the scary part is that these guys have been emboldened now.
Yeah,
It's
it
not good.
sucks because, well, both sides are bad, man. I think. I don't
No,
think that the
stop
left
that.
is.
Stop it. Stop.
Well,
They're
hold
not the
up.
same. They're not the same. This is not okay. Like, you can't just perpetuate these bad things. Like, this made sense in 1999 when Gore versus Bush was like 35 versus 38% on the top marginal tax rate. But like nowadays, like they're so divergent. They are not the same. That is so like, come on, bro. That is not okay.
Well, I mean, you can name something bad about that right side. I can name something bad about the left. We can go
Okay.
back and forth.
So in Democrats. So do you think that we had tanks rolling down the street, like taking over cities? The federal government taking over cities?
When was this? With ice raids or something?
Well, the Trump just completely took over D.C. He just completely took it over. It's not
Or
even
what was
ICE.
the
It's just that he has it now. That's his. It's his city. Don't you? Do you know what federalism is?
federalism?
Yeah.
No. What is that?
Federalism is one of the founding principles of the United States. When we went from Articles of Confederation to the U.S. Constitution, the whole idea was that this is what the Federalist Papers were talking about when they were talking about this. The idea is that all these different states are basically having their own governments, and then you have like a central government that is like separate, but you had states that had their own power to actually be autonomous, that you didn't have like this strong authoritarian central government that is just being able to come in and take you over. That was the whole point.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I can. I mean, I don't understand why he did that. I'm sure he had a reasoning. He didn't just send a bunch of tanks in to.
But bro, like exactly, see how you bootlicked like Bezos and now you're bootlicking Trump here? You're always making excuses for these guys.
But dude, the propaganda that the left puts out is so
It's not
much worse than the
propaganda.
right.
It's not propaganda.
No, the
Literally,
left.
we're like reading reports of what he's actually doing. There's no like CNN fake news stuff. Like we're literally reading. I'm reading stuff that is from the exact executive orders that he is putting out. Like Trump doesn't allow science spending to happen in this country unless it personally aligns with his values. Is that okay?
No, I don't know the ins and outs of that. But I'm telling you,
Okay.
each side is equally as bad.
No,
You
it's
can
not,
say all
bro.
this about
No,
the
it's
left.
not. No, it's not,
Okay,
dude.
well,
It's
I
not. You're
can
just
list off
saying that.
a lot of things that the left does that I don't like. That a lot of that I
No,
think
no.
is destroying
Yeah,
society.
that's fine, and you can list them out. But you know what the difference is? Is that they're not unconstitutional. That's the difference. You can have like these qualms, and you can be pedantic about specific policies that you don't particularly like. But the difference is that the Democratic Party wasn't openly against the U.S. Constitution and trying to dismantle it.
Okay, well, something propaganda doesn't have to be unconstitutional, but it can still have a bad effect and ruin a society, right? It can have even worse. It can have even worse ramifications than something being unconstitutional.
Bro, no.
Look at
You're
this.
no, you dude. You're comparing things that you don't like, that with maybe trans people or
No,
the
it's
queer
not that.
community. Okay, then what was
It's
anything
not
comparable to what Biden or Obama did? Was anything
like
comparable?
you can say, for example, the Kilmore Obrego Garcia situation is unconstitutional, but I could argue that the propagation of certain ideologies, feminism, LGBTQ, trans, all
Exactly.
this
I
other
told you
crap,
that's what you were gonna
is
say, and you
horrible.
said no, 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 and then you repeated that. That's exactly what you said.
Well, yeah, what I'm
Bro,
showing
you're
you is
again,
something
dude.
can
You
be
are
worse.
focusing on the wrong enemy, bro. Like you are focusing on the queer
No.
community as like the undermining of society, and you think that that is actually like causing the downfall of society, while the billionaires are raping and pillaging everything that you have, and it's destroying your entire future. It's destroying all of our country, and you're just like so focused on like gay people existing that like you can't get past it. And I think that that's really
Mhm.
sad, dude.
Listen, it's not. It's well. First off, it's against Christian morals and ethics to allow that to propagate a culture. So that's
It's
one.
against
Hold up, real
Christian
quick.
morals to have a billionaire, and yet you
Okay.
sit there and bootlick Bezos. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I haven't bootlicked them. I already told
Yes,
you I
you
didn't
did,
like
bro.
them.
You're bootlicking at the authoritarians. You're bootlicking Bezos. Yes, you are, bro.
Okay,
You were saying
but
that it was okay for the billionaires to
I'm not
exist, and
doing
that
that.
that
But
there
all
was
right.
okay for them to be there. That you can have good billionaires.
I didn't say that they're good. I
You said that you
they're
could have
probably
good billionaires that could
wrong.
actually benefit society. Yes, you did.
I said they could benefit society, but I
Yeah.
think that their long-term goal could be harmful to all of us, sure. And that's why I don't like them. But I can admit right now that they add value to my life.
No,
That
they
doesn't
don't,
mean that
dude.
in the
No, they
future,
don't. No, they don't,
it
bro.
doesn't
No, they
mean
don't.
that their
Like they
ulterior
are
motive
taking money
is good.
from services that we have for actual Americans that can actually create jobs, that can create long withstanding economic development in the Republican states. Like, you realize that the Inflation Reduction Act and
First off, all these people are left people.
what are you talking about? Which one?
Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg.
What are you talking about?
all
They're
these other-
lockstep with Trump,
the-
dude. They're
the
all
tech
bootlicking him.
industry-
Like, what are you talking
No,
about?
Sam Altman, Larry Page, and
They all
Sergey
love
Brin.
Trump. They all love Trump, and they're all
No.
kneeling for him. And just
Wait, hold up. That's so untrue.
yes, they are.
That's
What are you
so untrue.
What are you talking about,
can-
dude?
you-
You
you
literally
can
had
say-
Elon Musk, dude, like creating an LLC and spending hundreds of millions of dollars to get Trump elected. And on top of that, he spent $44 billion to buy Twitter to make it a Trump ad. Like, what are you talking about?
First off, it's not a Trump ad. It
It
was
was
a free
a Trump
speech.
ad. It absolutely was. There was full Trump ads on Twitter. There was a Trump icon on the mouse cursor, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the thing is, you can say Mark Zuckerberg is right now, even though he's not. I mean, he's just trying to gain favor with the right after he broke a lot of laws with data accumulation and selling data, people's
Dude,
private
they're
data.
paying
all this
hundreds
stuff.
of millions of dollars to Trump. Trump is suing them for First Amendment violations. Like, it's insane. They're basically buying him off.
Yeah, because they stifled people talking
No, they didn't.
about side effects of the
No, they didn't,
vaccines.
dude. No, they
And
didn't.
other things.
No,
Yes,
they didn't.
did.
No, that did
YouTube-
not. That is not
YouTube-
happen. That is not happening.
YouTube and Facebook
No,
both
it didn't.
did that. Yes, they
no,
did.
it didn't.
100%.
They were just buying.
Yes, they did.
They're buying favor with the Trump administration, just like they did with Trump coin. Just the Qataris are doing with the $500 million or the 747, the Air Force One. Like, they're all trying to buy him off in order to curry favor with him.
Yeah, well, first off, I don't think it's just to get favor. I think it's probably to cover their ass
No, it's
because
not.
they
So,
literally.
name a single president in the United States that had personal lawsuits against companies. There are none, by the way. So that was a trap question, I guess. So there are none.
here's the thing.
The idea that the president of the United States, in his personal capacity, is going up and suing company after company to shake them down. I mean, dude, give me a break, man. Like,
Well,
there is no
because they're
same
literally-
sizing this stuff.
Well, first off, Section 230 is a violation of First Amendment. So, like, their ability to cut people off, it's a great
The
area
TikTok
because-
literally it owes the entirety of this platform to the Trump administration. They owe everything to them. So they had a literal ad, like a half-page paragraph going like, "Thank you, Trump. You're so cool. Thank you for allowing us to exist." After they banned it, they passed legislation and Trump okayed it.
Look, one of your biggest problems is with the financial aspect of all this, and I'm not well versed on economics. I have a big problem with the left's ideologies that they push out to the masses.
Right.
And I think, well, listen, they've destroyed the family unit, man.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
Yes, they have.
You are just no, dude. They're
Which
enforcing
side
it.
pushes
No.
feminism more?
No, dude, they're not. You're on the wrong. You got the wrong enemy
Well,
in your
dude,
scopes, dude. I'm sorry.
Hold up. You are the one that is. You're the one that's being like all the way for one side. I'm telling you that both sides are bad.
The truth.
They're both controlled.
No, they're not.
The left is equally as bad. Maybe
not.
not on the
That's wrong.
financial front.
That's wrong.
Even though they are.
They're
I mean, even though they have more rich people on their side than
They're
not.
There isn't.
Well,
You're
rich,
wrong.
influential tech people at least.
No,
But-
I mean, sorry, bro. I've been talking for 40 minutes, man. I get other people in here, but I'm
Dude,
telling
no,
you,
hold
you have
up.
the wrong people as your enemies, bro.
When
It's
they
the
push
billionaires.
ideologies that are destroying
They're-
that are
it's not.
destroying us.
It's not, dude. It's not. It's
Dude,
the
are you
billionaires,
paid?
dude. It's the
Are you
billionaires that
paid?
are parasites that are taking this country over, and the Trump administration is fully in line with them. And please side with me and Americans instead of with the billionaires for once, bro.
Wait, real
Please,
quick,
like
real quick.
I'm
Are you
begging you.
paid? Are you paid
What?
by Democrats?
No,
You're not at all.
no.
Okay, because it's. I just find it so crazy that you can't be impartial on anything. You just think one side is wholly good, one side is wholly bad,
Bro,
and
because
there's no gray.
yeah, there
That,
isn't.
that's what
There
it
isn't.
seems to be.
Not on this issue. Not with Trump, dude. It's. I'm sorry, but it's not.
Okay, well,
You're
Kamala's an
always
enemy.
welcome back. You're always welcome back on here, man. I enjoyed the conversation. I'm just please side with me and Americans instead of the billionaires, man. I'm telling you, please. All right, have a good one, bro.
Feminists are destroying society.
Okay, yeah. See, yeah, feminists. I mean, guys, like women being a part of our economy and having a place in society isn't hurting society, it's making better, right? You're creating more people, more diversity of thought that can actually help solve problems. The idea that our society should be just men, um, it's so backwards, bro. Okay, Feher Villafuerte. Oh, I just I'm sorry. You just left. I hit thank you. I hit approve, and you're gone. Okay, Rocky. Rocky,
Hello.
friend of the show. What's up, dude? How's it going?
Hey.
How are you?
All right. No, I don't have much time. I didn't think I'd get on because last time I tried, you were busy. So
Yeah, sorry, bro. I see you and I appreciate you. I just wanted to usually get like new people like on, but I
yeah.
always like I enjoy you being here and you're in chat all
Yeah.
the time.
Well.
So
Well, I just there's things I want to say, and then you can't say them on TikTok, and it sucks. But I just wish some people would open their eyes, to how this government became corrupt. Back in 1963.
oh my gosh, dude, why is it so hard for Republicans to see the negative influence that billionaires have on society?
Well, I mean, they get rich by getting in politics. That's how they become rich.
No, I'm talking about the voters, bro. I'm talking about the voters.
Well, I'm just talking about the politicians, like Obama
Yeah,
got
I know. We're talking about the voters right now.
voters. I don't. It's just a double-edged sword. When it comes to these two parties, and it sucks the way what they've done. If you educate yourself and do your homework, how it's come to this point where we are today. We should be we should be living in prosperity, not living in fighting each other like this, and all the it's okay to protest, but you don't go out and loot and riot. I mean, it's
Bro,
just
what are you
sad.
talking about? What, bro? Trump is still contesting the 2020 election results. He's going in and suing people in order to do it.
They do.
What?
That's what they do. He's an old man, man.
What, bro? So exactly. So Black Lives Matter. That is something that is obviously the corruption of the Democrats that can't ever come back from versus the Trump, who is still contesting the election results, doesn't accept it, and all the looting and rioting of our capital with the failed coup attempt.
Since when? I think he's been busy with Russia and Ukraine right now.
What are you talking about, bro? They're investigating it right now. He's having the DOJ investigate it. They're trying to they're still looking at the 2020 election.
He's doing that too, I guess, but he's also
Exactly. What is wrong with you
got a
guys
lot on
and
his
not being
hands.
able to hold Trump accountable for anything? It's just
I mean,
every
it's-
single time. It's just like, well, I mean,
I just-
Trump's gonna do what Trump
All right,
does,
just
whatever.
think about what's going on today, and think about our
I am
greatest
thinking about it,
generation.
bro. I'm thinking about how
No,
these billionaires
think
are just
about
taking
our-
hundreds of billions of dollars from us. Yeah, I am thinking
Well,
about it.
think about our greatest generation. You know, this is what they fought for. Do you like where we're at today? Because see, y'all were in office for 12 years too, and,
What are
and
you
y'all
talking
didn't
about?
clean up nothing. What y'all voted, you won the presidency for 12 years out
Are
of
you
the
talking
past
about Are you
24.
talking about Obama and
Yeah,
Biden?
you know, in 8 years, what did they
Yeah.
do in 8 years? You know, it's
Dude,
like,
I mean,
Obama wasn't rich
pre-existing
before he became
conditions. You didn't
president.
think you think pre-existing conditions were good for healthcare?
Uh, no, I'm talking about Obama, how he became rich
Oh
before
my
he was
God. So
president.
no, but he said, what
Yeah,
did he do? So we're talking about what he did.
it's
So legislation that he passed. So you think that
it's
it's okay for
just
the healthcare companies to deny people because of like pre-existing conditions?
they've been doing that for years, from what
Not
from
since
what
Obama, not since it was illegal.
well, I never had that problem, so
Oh,
I don't know.
since you didn't have that problem, then I mean,
Well,
come on, bro. Come on. So like
why
politics is
why am
just
I
about
supposed to
what
care?
actually impacts you personally.
Why is that? Why should I care? Because they wouldn't care about me if I had a
Bro, so you
pre-existing.
think that healthcare insurance companies should be able to deny coverage for someone based off of any pre-existing condition?
Well, that's the way society is today, and it's sad.
That's not how society is today. That is the
It
only
is
vestige
because
of the ACA that's actually there and left.
people that are just in bad shape today. Well, that's what you get when you don't take care of your body. Go to the gym and work out. That does wonders.
Dude, again,
Okay,
it's just
I've been
wild
doing
to
it for
me. It's
35
just
years.
so wild to me.
I've been
Like you
doing
have
it for
just no
35 years,
compassion, even
dude.
for your own Republicans.
I'm
Like it's just
alive today,
wild.
man. I'm
I'm
doing pretty
alive.
damn good.
So care. Like what are you talking
Come
about,
on,
bro?
man. I'm just
Like,
talking about these lazy ass kids of today. What would our greatest generation think of these
bro,
kids
Rocky,
of
how
today,
old are you,
man?
bro? How old are you?
I'm 57, dude.
Okay. Oh my God, dude.
You know,
And you're talking about the boomers being you're a boomer and you're saying you're talking
and
about lazy generations? Are you serious?
yeah, I mean, I got an aunt that has grandkids, and they won't let them touch that lawnmower and work on the damn grandma's yard.
Oh
It's
my
like,
God, dude.
come on, man. That
You're
is so
so out of
chicken shit.
touch. You're so out of
I'm
touch,
not.
dude. Yes, you
I'm
are,
just
dude.
about discipline. I'm about discipline, dude.
Dude. That's not it's
You know,
not discipline, man. It's like what kind of discipline is gonna be like these billionaires are taking
I'm
hundreds of
just,
billions of
I'm,
dollars, each of
I'm
them,
just
away
saying.
from us. Like, what are you talking about discipline that is going to change that?
I mean, have you even done homework on 9/11 on how they got rich after that? Because
Oh my
profits are
God,
made
dude.
from war.
Again, dude.
Profits are made
What
from
are
war,
you?
dude.
In what possible way? Why are you keep bringing up these conspiracies, bro? Instead of like
They're
what's
not
actually in front
conspiracies.
of
They're
you?
facts.
What's
They're facts,
what
man. Dick
in what
Cheney.
way do you think
Dick
that?
Cheney made billions, dude, because of after 9/11, man.
Oh my God.
Have
Oh
you
my
done your
God.
homework on Dick Cheney
Oh my God, dude. I mean,
and Rumsfeld, Bush? They're fucking living in luxury right now, dude. And you're worried about Bezos? Well,
yeah,
Bezos, at
yeah.
least he wasn't involved with 9/11.
Oh
And
my God, dude.
you want me to say it? Yeah, inside job. That's it. And you go to when you go to JFK, remember when Jackie O said they pewed my husband, not he. And that's a fact. After I heard that, I said, well, wait a minute.
Bro.
You know what I'm saying? And that's when this government became so damn corrupt, man. And
Bro.
if you just look into it,
Bro, like the
and
problem is that like we
how
have
it
like
looks,
such a
it's sad.
string of anti-intellectualism and like people that are just like you, man, that are creating like people just like you are literally the heads of these institutions now. So it's like the
No,
idea
it's the
that
proof.
oh,
This
it's
is the
like the deep
proof,
state
man.
is still in there, or like the republic the conspiracy is still it's even bigger now. It's just it's such a so tired, man.
Did you know it's a fact that people on 9/11, when they were calling their relatives on the phone, they were at 20 to 30,000 feet and they were using their cell phones? Did you know that? And that's a fact. That's not a conspiracy.
bro.
Because
You're
let me
you're
tell you,
just
let me tell you,
you're letting these billionaires just like completely
I'm just
subsume
telling
and just
you.
eat all of society. And you're like
Open your
you
eyes,
are like
man.
these weird pedantic like arguments that are so tired and old, man. Like that you're not seeing like what's right in front of you. It's
Yeah,
really
I am
sad.
seeing. I'm seeing the bullshit, that the smoke up our ass from this government. That's what I see.
Bro, it's people just like you that are literally creating this government, that are in this government right now.
No, I don't want it to be this way. We need to be in prosperity. We shouldn't be 37 trillion in debt. We should
Okay.
be. We should
Okay.
have a surplus. We
Okay.
should
So
be.
then what do
We
you
should
do?
be
What do you
kicking
do in order to
ass,
do?
man.
Okay, so then what do you do to do that? Okay.
What did I tell you in the beginning? Profits are made from wars. So we've been at war for how long now?
Okay,
There's a
so then
war
how do
on.
we
There's a
get
war on
profits without
words.
wars then? How do we get profits without wars? Where's the money come from?
I mean, I'm not a businessman, but but I know before 9/11 we had a surplus and we were only 7 trillion in debt. That's a
Bro,
fact.
it's because we didn't have like 300 billionaire people
7
either.
trillion? No, we were only in debt, dude.
We had
Just imagine.
all these
Imagine
like,
if 9/11 didn't happen. Imagine where would we be today, huh?
bro.
They
I mean,
took away our civil liberties.
Dude.
See, when you're willing to give up your security and your
you
liberties,
deserve none of them. I know.
yeah, it's the old saying.
Yeah. I know. But guess what, dude? But guess what? Like the party that was in play during that, the Republicans. That is your party. That those are the people that you voted for. And meanwhile, the billionaires are again with the Republican Party, lock, stock, and barrel. And they're completely in sync and linked up. So again, both of these maladies that you're talking about, the Republican Party is uniquely bad at dealing with them. So, all right, I got to give other people a chance, Rocky. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Well, just think about what I said.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Lines are open. So if you wanted to come in, ask me a question, talk about science, more than welcome to do that. Also, we celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community. So if you got a booster, tell me in chat, jump into voice, and we will celebrate you. I will, Omar. I will. Oh, silly goose. Did you get a booster today? Oh my gosh. Let's go. All right. And Joyce. All right, guys. Silly and Joyce. We got a party, guys. Silly and Joyce. Let's get the V's up. Let's go. Good job. Silly and Joyce. Let's go. Good job, guys. Good job. Get the V's up. Get the V's up, guys. Get the V's in chat. Get the V's. Get those V's. Get those V's in chat. Good job. Will and Joyce, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you for taking public health seriously. You guys are awesome. Vaccines are safe and effective, and thank you for getting vaccinated. Good job, guys. Let's go. Let's go. This is the third vaccine shout out that we got today. So thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Genuinely. Thank you. We celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community. Thank you, guys. Your daughter did too? Oh, dude, your daughter. Let's give it up for your daughter. Silly's daughter, everyone. We do it every single person, every single time. Silly's daughter. Dude, good job. I appreciate you, man. Get another vaccine. Every single person, every single vaccine. We shout you out. We appreciate you. Amanda got a booster too? Oh my gosh. Yes, guys. Let's go. This is amazing. What in the world? This is incredible. Get those V's up, guys. Get those V's up. I love this. Good job. Dude, Amanda. Good job. Bom dia. Oh man, my Portuguese is so bad. I am so sorry. Thank you, guys. Big V's. This is incredible. I love this. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community because we care about people who care about public health. Thank you. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. too. You're awesome. You're very awesome. All right. I don't know, Amy. I just how many flu shots have I ever gotten? I don't know. I have so many. I get them all the time. So yeah, you just keep it going. Yeah. How many times have I done any preventative thing? You just keep it. You just do it without thinking, and you're better off than you were before. Robot is here. It's next. When is the new COVID? Dude, that is a great question, Pink Squirrel. I don't know when the sequence is going to be updated. That is a really good question. Hopefully they do it by fall, but we'll have to see. I don't know. A big problem genuinely is the HHS isn't going to be doing environmental sequencing in order to update the vaccine. So we'll have to check. We'll check the original primary sources in order to see what they're actually doing, so we know what the sequence is. Exactly, Ado. How many times do you wash your hands? Wow. Okay, sorry. Robot's here. How's it going, man? Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, Dr. Greg.
Of course, man.
Yeah, you and I have chatted before. I think we had a conversation about evolution a couple weeks back.
Cool.
Interesting conversation. No, the question I had was, so I have a young daughter. She's going to turn, 1 year old on the 28th of this
Cool.
month.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And my wife and I have been, so far fairly reluctant to follow the vaccine mandate schedule as it's been prescribed. And I think that, one of the reasons for it, and in particular, it was the Hep B one that first kind of startled me. And I was hoping you can shed some light on it. So as I understand it, the hepatitis B vaccine prevents against what's otherwise a disease contracted by intravenous drug users and sexually transmitted disease.
Yeah.
So the question is, if my daughter is in the hospital, she's a day old, and they're recommending a vaccine that's spread through either IV rug use, we'll say rugs here for TikTok purposes, IV rug use, or sexual intercourse. And since she's not engaging in either, what is the purpose for a 1 day old to get that vaccine?
Yeah, because it's given over 3 dosages, so you're creating an immune response over time. So I mean, there's one within 24 hours of birth, and then one at 1 to 2 months, and then another at 6 to 18 months.
I understand that, but an immune response to what? To a disease that she has no ability to contract at that age in particular?
Yeah. The idea is that you get it in, and you're able to build the antibody response, that B cell memory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But for what purpose? If she's not, sexually active and likely won't be for, God, hopefully 18 years at least, and if she's not an IV rug user and hopefully will never be, what is the purpose of that vaccine?
You can be like Hep B exposures. You can get exposures through other things. I mean,
one of the
blood
when doctors
contact.
have
If
been
she's like a nurse, you could get blood contact.
right.
Sexual contact, like you were talking about, needles, like you were talking about, mother to child transmission. So that's probably honestly some of it too. Maybe maybe it got passed during childbirth that you don't know. Blood contact and accidental needle sticks. So that could be, she's a nurse or something like that. Occupational exposure or contaminated medical or dental instruments. So you have you have a lot of different ways that you could get. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to get exposed.
So as far as the contracting it through the mother, we had to use IVF, where we planned for a family a little bit later on in life, and my wife suffered from what's called diminished ovarian reserve. So we had to use IVF, and in the process of IVF, both my wife and I were stringently tested multiple times, having to do blood work, etc. So we knew, or the doctor knew, that my wife did not have Hep B.
Okay.
And I can see how later on in life, like you mentioned, dental exposure or exposure through some other means. But is there some danger in delaying that vaccine and, let's say, you know, applying it once she is at a higher risk factor? Like right now, she has no teeth, so we're not worried about dental. Right now, she's not working as a nurse, or it's not an occupational hazard. She has no job. Right now, she's not sexually active. Right now, she's not a rug user. Would there be, some sort of detriment in delaying administering that, waiting for her body to be, stronger and healthier and more at risk before taking the risk of potential negative side effects from Hep B at such a young age?
Is
When
this your
she's,
first kid?
yeah, first one, first one.
Okay. Yeah, dude. I mean, you want to take as much preventative care that you can for your kid always as early as you can. It's always the best thing because you don't know what could happen, man. You don't know if both of you guys die in a car accident and she has, she doesn't know that she has no Hep B, and now she's exposed later and it's a detriment to her. There's different ways, as a parent that you can do the best thing for your kid, and getting all their vaccines on schedule is like super, super easy for you to do and really beneficial for the kid.
Right.
Always.
Do you have any concerns about, some of the reports that have come out? I mean, I'm sure you're not an RFK fan, but some of the studies that had been done regarding Hep B and other childhood vaccines, they think in particular because of some of the heavy metals that we're
No,
once
that's
using, like
completely wrong.
mercury.
It's completely wrong. None of it is true. He literally tried to. Okay, I just read that story actually 2 days ago where he actually tried to get the Denmark publication to be retracted, which is insane because there was one that just came out recently that tested those claims yet again, that are trying to make sure. It was 1.2 million kids looked at all because they thought the aluminum had any impact on vaccines, and there was no incidents whatsoever. So RFK tried to actually go to the Denmark publication and get it retracted, which is, I don't think it's ever been done before, which is just insane. But yeah, it's
So you
it's
believe that,
nonsense.
so if a child's blood-brain barrier is immature, you don't believe that there's a potential exposure to either mercury or other heavy metals entering
They're
into the
super
brain?
small. They're super small, super super small amounts, man. It's just like no, they don't have any. You would see that. You would see that in over 1 million cases that they would studied. That's the whole idea.
So what are some of the potential reasons then for why we can be this, this first world industrial power with advanced medical technology, yet we have so many children in particular, but adults too, suffering from chronic illness and an explosion of autoimmune diseases, rises in obesity and all sorts of allergens. Like we've never been so advanced and so unhealthy at the same time. Like I'm imagining that unless our DNA has somehow changed, it must be from the things we're putting in our body, which would be food and drugs. So the question is, if we're looking at the data and we're seeing a rise in autoimmune diseases and autism and these other things, what would be potentially some of the other causes if it's not the things that we're putting into our bodies?
Dude, people are getting fat because they're eating too much food. I mean, it's like that's so simple. Everyone, like, the people are getting fat because they are eating too many calories. I mean, that's that and
It's just the
obesity.
caloric intake. It's not
Yeah,
the
yeah.
saturated fats and
No,
other
dude. No, that's all nonsense. It's all
preservatives and
no,
additives and
no,
chemicals and
no, no,
hormones and
no,
pesticides and
no,
herbicides and
no, no.
steroids, and none of those things matter.
Not at the rate that you're thinking of. No,
So if,
it just isn't, dude. I'm sorry. Like the common denominator is that people are eating too many like too many foods that are easily available to them, that are
processed
processed,
foods,
so they're
yeah.
processed so that they're readily available. And when you eat processed foods, you're less satiated, so it's harder for you to get that feeling of like I'm full. So then eat more of them, so your calories are higher. So it has nothing to do with like, this stuff. I mean, we live in a time of food abundance. We have a food quantity problem in that we eat too much of it, not a food quality problem.
So why was this not a concern in the 60s and 70s when we still had readable access to food,
Okay,
but
I'll
yet we
take you
didn't
up.
see
Like, let's
these
take it.
levels
Like,
of
let's go
obesity?
200 years back, dude. 200 years back when there were no pesticides, no GMOs, no preservatives in our food. We were living until like 800 years old, right? Humans didn't die of diseases because we didn't have vaccines. So people were just living until 800, 1,000 years old. It was crazy, right?
No, I'm not
No,
a
I don't think so
biblical
either.
scholar.
Yeah,
I
exactly. Yeah, it's
just,
like they lived
but,
to like 30 to 35 years old, actually. So it was science. Science
but not in
saved
the
the.
1970s. And we didn't see
Nah,
anywhere near this level of obesity in the 1970s or even in the
yeah, because
1960s.
people didn't have as much food readily available constantly everywhere, and there were people had maybe more active, and so I mean, you just
But doctor, we've had McDonald's since the 1940s. To say that Americans didn't have access to
you
food
think
in abundance in the
no,
60s and
dude, you think
70s
that
is just
wait,
false.
you think that people had fast food at the same levels of ease than we did in the 40s right now?
I'm saying all the things that you would see in the American diet that are probably bad for us, hot dogs, hamburgers, pizza, they were readily available in the 60s
Not
and
at the levels that
70s, and
we're
we
seeing
didn't
it now,
see.
dude. Not no, of course not. Come
You're
on, man.
saying that you couldn't get a pizza in the 1970s?
Not as quickly as and easily as it is now. No.
So you don't see that, you think that it's a changing diet because of a greater availability of food than just a generation ago?
It is a chain. The availability of food means that the calories can be more and more and easily eaten for sure. Yeah. I mean, like you can within 10 minutes order a pizza to have, on a phone that can have. I don't even have to call anyone now. How many people are getting Grubhub deliveries constantly? You don't even have to go to drive-throughs. I mean, it's just it's Occam's razor, bro. The most simplest answer is obviously, the one that is the case. I mean, the preservative stuff is nonsense, man. Like 90% of our food is wasted in the United States that we make. So you just have if you were you want less preservatives in your food, you're basically arguing for more food waste. So like we'd be really better off if we had like 99% food waste? Like no, man. I mean, and a lot of the preservatives are I mean,
But the
I've worked on
economics
it.
behind it.
I've worked on the preservatives, like a lot of them are like potatoes. So like for example, potatoes will brown and it's an oxidation reaction, but the starch compounds and the proteins inside of the potato don't change. So it's actually like you can actually change the potato genetically so that it browns less, so that people don't throw away potatoes that are perfectly good, perfectly nutritious, perfectly edible. So you can genetically modify them in order for them to brown less. Like, do you think that potatoes should be more thrown away in waste products?
I think that the economics is one conversation, the economics of our food
Do you
supply,
think that
but I think the
genetically
other
modifying
conversation is
foods,
about the
do you
health.
think genetically modifying foods so that there's less food waste, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I get the economic reasons for it. I understand that, for instance, if you use pesticides, you're going to ward off a lot of insects that would otherwise destroy those crops. I
Yeah.
get that part of it. But I'm saying is, if those pesticides are then being ingested by humans, do we imagine a negative effect? If we
Are
have,
you
for
an
instance,
insect?
no, but at the same,
Okay,
I
so then
wouldn't
what?
eat
I mean,
raid
like a lot of the
either. I wouldn't.
pesticides are anti plant, anti insect. So they're not going to have any mechanism of action to impact you, and you're not going to. And by the way, if you actually care about pesticides, then you actually want to eat more genetically modified foods because genetically modified foods have less pesticides on them.
But would you suggest then that things that are anti-insect are not also anti-human? Are you going to go
Correct. Yeah, the
home and
protein
swallow
isn't going to
Raid?
work. Yeah, the protein isn't going to bind to anything that you have. That's the point.
So the things that kill insects would not harm me. So I can go home right now and swallow Raid.
at the no, at the rate and the amount that is in pesticides on that's sprayed onto plants, and that
Mhm.
after you wash them, yeah, it's completely safe. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're answering the obesity question, then partly and other things as well, but what about the rise in things like autism? Is it all about just better detection, or is there an
Yeah.
actual rise in autism?
I don't think that there's a rise in autism. No.
So we went from 1 in 10,000 births in the 1970s to 1 in 36. That's a dramatic increase. Now, is that
Yeah.
all just better detection, or is it an actual increase in autism?
Do you know it's also increased correlated perfectly with the rise in autism? Google
What's that?
Chrome usage. So as you see the impact of Google Chrome, the rise of autism is right there. Prove to me that they're not related. You can't, because the
Well, what?
correlation is right there, but correlation doesn't mean causation. That's the thing, is that you can correlate a lot of different things together, bro, but there's no like mechanism of action where a lot of these things are linked together. We just are understanding the brain and what's happening more often. It's not like I do think like developmentally, like it's probably not good to be on screens and stuff like that, like constantly, or being constantly hooked on your phone is going to have maladies and that are going to transform of how you maybe act, and or maybe you're more spontaneous when you shouldn't be, and that kind of thing. But the idea that we're like changing the brain genetically through these things, it's nonsense, dude.
Well, many children that are being diagnosed with autism, and we have early detection now, where these children are being diagnosed as young as 2 years old. I don't think it's
Yeah.
because of too much screen time at two
Dude,
years old.
sometimes just wait, dude. You'll see. Like when you're talking to other parents and stuff, like people, there's apps for like 1 years old, and like they're touching the stuff. It's wild, man. I mean, so
I'm
I have
not
four
doubting
kids.
it's
I have four
Yeah, I'm
kids, bro.
not
I'm on the
doubting
other
it's
side
much
of
more
it.
prolific. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that if unless we're questioning the science, and I don't know if you are you denying that it went from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 36?
Let's say that it is. Like I'm just saying, I think that it's basically the broadening, and like we're detecting it and and seeing it, more. I don't think that there's the correlation does not mean causation, man. Hey Roger, how's it going?
No, I understand that concept, but what I'm saying then is that what is the answer? If
Hmm.
it's not that it's the things we're putting into our bodies, if it's not the rugs, if
Bro,
it's
you
not the
just
food
you
supply,
eat
what
less
is it?
food, eat less food, eat at so you're not eating in a surplus. Be more active, work out, weight lift 2 to 3 times a week. Do cardio, or I do jujitsu 3 or 4 times a week. And um, and moderate yourself with social media and computers, and try to go outside and do stuff like that. I mean, that's really
Again,
that
I
easy. It's
feel like
like
you're
really, you
answering
don't have to.
obesity
People
again.
are like,
There's
people make this like a big thing because they're trying to sell you stuff, because that's what they want. They want you to buy their program. They want you to buy, listen to them to give you as some type of guru stuff. And, it's like, it's in reality, bro, it's like in moderation is and what it actually, the real answer is it's not, it doesn't make you money.
Yeah,
So that's the
but
problem.
I mean, we can turn that on its head and say the pharmaceutical industries are also trying to make
What
money,
kind of,
right?
what kind of pharmaceutical thing did I mention at all?
You didn't. I'm suggesting the
Exactly.
other side of that coin. The other side of that
Exactly.
coin is that there's pharmaceutical companies that are trying to make money that are pushing their product too.
What
And
pharmaceutical thing?
I'm talking about the dramatic increase in the vaccine mandated schedule over the course, at least since 1991. The number of mandated vaccines have absolutely exploded, and one of
Yeah.
the largest
Yeah, because
growing
it's a good
industries
thing,
within
bro. That's a good
pharmaceuticals
thing.
is selling vaccines.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing to have more vaccines, not less, man. Because like we live in a time where vaccines are like too good. We go through like we go to concerts with 100,000 people in them, and we don't have to worry about the measles. We don't have to worry about polio ravaging like a bunch of people, and people getting actually sick and deformed for the rest of their lives with it. It's we we are really, really fortunate because of that. And unfortunately, it's a tragedy of the commons scenario where now there's enough people that don't appreciate what's actually happened, and they don't realize that humans used to die at 30 to 35, constantly. And it was the modern medicine that really it's turned the tide and allowed us to actually live into these ages where we do see like cancers and stuff like that. We didn't have cancers as a huge way of actually, killing off a majority of the population or old people, because we didn't have old people to live that age, before. So it's like, it's really not that hard, man. People just like looking in way too much into this. I feel like they're trying to look at these bad actors and what's going on. The pharmaceutical companies, man. I mean, the conspiracy that you're alleging here is basically all the pharmaceutical companies in the entire world are all in conglomeration with one another, and the nations too, right? Because the government has to be in on it too in order to allow these pharmaceutical companies to be in it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But just remember, bro, that like RFK is the head of the HHS. RFK is the head of the FDA. He could ban GMOs tomorrow. He could ban vaccines tomorrow, but he's not, because he knows that he lied to you. He knows that they're safe, and that's the problem.
So 86% of Congress owns stock in groups like Pfizer, and they're one of the biggest lobbyists in the world, are the pharmaceutical lobby. But that aside, the conspiracy elements aside, I still really haven't heard an answer to my question. We've saw a dramatic increase in autoimmune diseases, a dramatic increase in allergens, a dramatic increase in autism, and we haven't really gotten answers from the scientific community that if it's not the food supply and it's not vaccines, and we believe the data and the science, then what is it? What is
The
causing
detection.
these?
We have more detection. We have more the ability to see it, dude. Like we have more ability to look at this stuff, and we have more people connected to healthcare that are getting these tests and everything like that.
Maybe that's true for autism, that we can see more of the spectrum now and we are able to, do early detection. But what about when it comes to things that we've been able to detect for generations? Things like other autoimmune diseases like diabetes or, MS or,
Dude, diabetes. I mean, type 2 diabetes. People are eating themselves to that, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like
not
what?
really. I have a friend who has
People aren't
diabetes who's in tremendous shape, actually.
people aren't
He's
eating
in
themselves
tremendous
into
shape.
diabetes, type 2 diabetes, dude. Come on,
Are
man.
they
Come on,
eating
man.
themselves into MS? Are they eating themselves into an explosion of allergies? All these kids are allergic to everything these days. There wasn't so many allergens when I was a kid. Most kids were
Yeah,
able
they
to
were
eat
probably
pretty much
sick
what
and we
was
didn't know,
available.
bro. They were, man, and they just didn't. They were undiagnosed. So they were, man. They were just, we how many left-handed people existed 100 years ago?
Probably about 1 in 10, like
Nope,
it is now.
zero, because you're either right-handed or that was it. There was no right-handed people that are allowed to exist 150, 200 years ago. They
So
didn't
even
exist. So that's just what
so
it
even
is.
the diseases that we've been able to detect for a very long time, things like Alzheimer's disease, you're saying that all of the
Also, yeah, no,
increases
we
that
didn't. The mechanism of action wasn't well understood about Alzheimer's until recently. So how could we have known the detection? So
we
thanks,
didn't know
man. I
about,
mean,
things like dementia.
dude,
I'm
not at
just
the
saying
level that we are, man. No, you're
I know you
trying
got
to
to
look for
end and you
Biggie,
got
man.
to.
It's a lot more simple than it was. It is, man. You're trying to look for these like global conspiracies, and
It's not just a
it's not that hard.
conspiracy.
You are alleging
I
one,
think
but
the science is correct. I think that these things have exploded in number, and I think your answer is we're just detecting it better now. I
yeah,
think it's more than that. I think it's a little bit more than that. But I
okay,
appreciate your opinion, and
okay. I
your
mean, I think
you've
it's
no.
just the Occam's razor, bro. The simplest answer is usually the right one.
And I hear
Genuinely.
you.
Okay, thank you, man. I
Anyway,
appreciate. You're
thanks for
always
your day,
welcome.
man. I appreciate you. Thank
All
you.
right, have a good one.
You
Thank you, man. That was a really good conversation. Okay, cotton candy poodles. Cotton candy poodles. Welcome to the show. How's it going?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
I actually was just kind of listening in. I haven't heard you or anything. But I was going to ask about the autism. That was something I've seen a lot prevalently. It seems like in the last few years, I've had friends with kids that
Mm-hmm.
both parents are healthy. They have a very healthy lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
no hereditary, and they've got autistic kids. And it's
Yeah.
just very strange to me that I mean, I know a lot more people that I want to know that their kids are getting diagnosed with it, like, and younger, like he said. And
Yeah.
so I was just wondering your thoughts on that because I don't have children. So, but for someone who is childless, it's really kind of sad if you've seen what they went through with the training. Their kids,
I mean,
this is
you know what the honest truth is too? Like a lot of it is that a lot of these parents weren't actually diagnosed when they were kids. So if you look at like the amount of adults that are being diagnosed with autism now, it's like super high because they're like, oh my gosh, like wow, they're going to these meetings and they're like, wow, this is like describing some things that I have too, but must be the kid that has it. It's not me. And then they have like hoarding tendencies, and they have really hard social problems. They don't get well along with one another. It's like really interesting. Like these people that can't understand why other people are the way that they are. Like like I want these are kind of like some things that are bubbling to the surface now that are really interesting, that we can see how this might manifest in other ways, right? So
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, I don't know much about that, but I
mhm.
mean, I've seen different levels of autism. So let me just say that too. I can't say I couldn't tell you specifically all of them. Seen some that I thought were just way worse than others, and thought, "Well, I don't even see it." But I mean, how does? And I'm not trying to be funny here, but how does hoarding or social awkwardness really go into that? Because
that
I
is
do
that is
know
one
there's
of the
people that can
things
be
of like
socially awkward that can. I mean, I know some very educated people have very well-paying
okay.
jobs.
So
You
here
know
we
what I
go.
mean?
Here's some common signs and symptoms in adults for autism. Let me know if this rings the bell for anyone.
Okay.
Difficulty understanding social cues, sarcasm, or humor. Preference for routine and difficulty adapting to change. Women being in the workplace. Black people being equal. 3, intense focus on special interests.
That doesn't ring the
Trump being big bad daddy and listening to him. 4, challenges with eye contact. 5, repetitive behaviors or movements. Have the same routine, doesn't want to get disrupted by having these, like these things going on. Sensory sensitivities.
mm.
Struggles with social interactions and forming relationships. I mean, that's a big one. I feel like a lot of people aren't empathetic. A lot of people aren't able to actually like understand like why are these people like the way they are, and they're
Well,
pushing
if
people
you're,
away.
but there are people, I think that that's a socialization thing by parents. You know, I mean, if you have parents who maybe don't show love or don't show express maybe how they feel. I mean,
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Some of that can be socialization, and or
Yep.
maybe trauma or something that's
Exactly.
happened to a
Exactly.
person. Well,
Exactly.
those are
And then
different things compared
exactly.
to I'm thinking just somebody autistic that maybe they
Exactly.
just does that make sense?
And
I
you're right.
mean,
No, you're exactly right. This is exactly.
so,
I agree with you. And the thing is that what you're talking about is there's a spectrum of behaviors, right? And before, right,
mhm.
before like maybe in the 50s, they are only seeing the most extreme autistic cases. Like these guys have all the things like that. This is the 10. Like there's no other way to explain this, right? That would be autistic before. But what you're talking about, there's like some nuance here. There's like a scale of 1 to 10 that we can see. And now, right now, we're able to see some of these. We're able to distinguish, okay, the 5 maybe 20 years ago, okay, we can see the 5 through 10 really clear. Okay, we can see the 5 through 10 really clear. Now maybe we're getting those 3s, those 3 to 10s. Now we have that. So it's like we're picking them up earlier when they actually have these things, so it's not developing into these really staggering symptoms and like debilitating symptoms when they're older.
Now,
Does that
now
make
let me ask you
sense?
something. Todd, I mean, it does it to a degree. Okay, so when you talk about hoarding, just tell, and this is something I've watched and wondered about. So I've seen people that never hoarded before, and when they're getting older, I've seen this like, and I hate to say it like this. I've known two people that were that got ill, and it seemed like when they started feeling ill, they did it. Of course, towards the end, I saw both kind of just clean out everything, so they didn't like. And when I say hoard, I say collect a bunch of stuff, but then they didn't hoard where you can walk out the door or anything like that. So I
Exactly.
don't know. So when you're saying hoarding in comparison to autism, help me with what you mean by that.
So I just looked it up. So hoarding is significantly more prevalent in autistic individuals than in the general population, with research showing higher rates and strong correlations between autism traits and hoarding behaviors. This overlap is often linked to shared characteristics such as executive function deficits, cognitive rigidity, difficulties with planning, and sensory processing issues. For autistic individuals, hoarding can serve as a coping mechanism for anxiety, a way to manage stress, a method for creating autobiographic memories, or an attempt to maintain a sense or self over time.
Okay. I mean, I guess that would have to be an extreme kind of thing because
I know, and are all the people that are hoarding, like, are they all considered autistic? Like, no,
no.
so it's like exactly. But now we wouldn't have to see the symptoms get to all the way to like, bro, you got like a hoarder's nest. Like that's like bad. That's a really bad symptom. Versus now we can see it like before they like how they keep their desk at school or something like that. We're better trained in order to see it. Does that make
Well,
sense?
and kind of, I mean, it does to a degree, I guess, but and I'm only speaking from what I saw. So the couple of people I had in mind were, like I said, they became ill, and I don't mean mentally ill. They got ill, like they cancer and so forth. So they knew that they were going to die, and that kind of thing. And so anyone's get told that, given that kind of news. I mean, and you're not no, if you're not prepared for it, I think people react differently to grief and it can be very traumatic, especially if they've lost a spouse in the last year, and then they find out, I mean, just things like that. So, to me, what I was seeing was people more hold on to their memories and things
Sure.
that they cared about, not as much as like I said, not where you couldn't walk in their door or anything like that, but just like, okay, it's time to get rid of some stuff. You know what I mean? I mean, just that kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, see, this is the thing, right? You're talking about nuance, you're talking about spectrums of disorder, you're talking about all these, why it's a complicated emotion, blah, 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 blah. Like now we need to realize that like we're doing that with kids and we're probably saying that like, hey, this is along the autism spectrum a lot earlier. And it's probably okay to like recognize that as opposed to like, oh my God, all these kids are autistic nowadays. And it's like, well, no. We can actually just see a
so,
little bit more of that spectrum now. Yeah, we understand what's going on.
so it could be true that a person could be a hoarder, but not. I mean, I know it's really considered a mental illness, but then that's what I was going to say. I think in those major cases you see people hoard. I mean, there's usually a story behind it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Or they could
they
just have like, but exactly, but that's what I'm saying is
they've
that
been
like,
alone, or
okay, but see how
they've
you're
been.
like the caveats and so how easily you're able to say and like put this into like, well, the people that I know have like a personal reason why they could be doing it versus like the person that's the nurse at school. They're like, I'm obviously seeing something here. Like could be connected with this. Do you know what I mean? Like they're doing the same analyses, but
Okay,
they're
you're saying, yeah, yeah. I see what you're saying.
yeah, you know what I
Right.
mean? They're seeing
Different
some
situations,
nuance here.
different people. Yeah, you're like children. We're talking about
There's some
the older
tinge of stuff. They know
people.
it. They know it well enough in order to like, say, hey, this could be like developing into something. Maybe, and honestly, maybe it's not. Maybe it is like just a cycle of behavior that they could, get out of. And a lot of times when you like, it's not like a permanent label that they're just like tattooing or branding onto the kid. It's just like hey, like these are some things that we need
Yeah,
to think
yeah.
about and like how to better care and give them a better quality of life and they grow out of it. Maybe it's just a thing that they don't have to worry about and it's over. It's
And then
it
yeah, you see a lot of the ADD things with kids in schools now because like they have a hard time focusing, or they can't get organized, or they
exactly.
that kind of thing. And
Yeah.
of course, I would almost say being on the phones and being on the tablets and all
Yeah.
gets kind of like that too, because they're constantly wanting to get their phone or play games, or what I mean,
Yeah.
like pop up kids. So that probably doesn't help, I don't think. But
Yeah.
I'm sure
It's
there's
all about
more
just
ways to do that.
people are just they're looking for a way like a scapegoat. I feel like a lot of times where it's like they want to have people are with their best intentions
Uh-huh.
trying to help these kids and trying to help them live a better, more productive life. And they're looking at what they're doing and they're saying, hey, this might be a pattern of behavior that could go down a road where this could, if we don't help them, it could be bad. But it's not a bad thing.
No.
It's just a way of being that we can give people tools in order to better deal with these behaviors. And with the
And do you,
best, the doctors and the
yeah.
nurses with the best intentions are diagnosing these things a little earlier and broader. It's not like oh my gosh, like we're doing this, so now all these things are popping up and we're seeing tens everywhere. This is autism, like at the worst scale, at tens. It's like hey, there's like a 2 to a 10 here, and we're kind of like able to diagnose, and the nuance and everything is there, and they're trying to make these kids like lead a better life. It's not like we're gonna put this on you. Now you have to deal with this. Do
Do
you know what I
you
mean?
think socialization has anything to do with it?
I
Like
mean, kids are
from
super
home?
social now. I mean, they're like
I
probably
mean,
more social.
socialization. I mean, socialization from like what they're seeing at home. And I know this is
Well,
going
I
a
mean
lot
that.
wrong.
I mean, autism is a social. That is one of the defining characteristics of it. Social cues. That is
Yeah.
like one of the bigger behaviors. So
Okay.
like the inability to like read social cues and characteristics and stuff is a huge hallmark thing of it. So like that
But I
would
mean,
be a
socialization as in what they see at home. I guess I'm sorry. Let me clarify. What I mean is a child, say, child A lives in a home where feelings aren't really shown. Child B is in a home where everybody hugs and
mhm,
kisses, and child C is in a home where everybody rages. There's
mhm.
three different dynamics there, right?
Yeah.
So, but how those kids internalize that, I think, makes a difference. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, for sure.
I
But I mean,
mean,
the kids nowadays are very social. Like they have parks everywhere. We have like playground internal. You can they have a monthly membership so that they can go to an even more like upscale playground, indoor playground. We have like Legoland and Disneyland and all these like ways. And like I have 4 kids. So,
uh-huh,
a lot of times when we go somewhere, we're like coming with the party. You know what I mean? We're
yeah,
coming to that park, and we're like we have the good time that we're bringing. And a lot of times, parents that have one kid, they'll come in, and it's like they are literally figuring out how to socially play like right then and there with our kids. So but they're getting that interaction, they're getting that way of those cues, and kids now are going to school at 3 years old. So it's like they're not just waiting until 5. That social critical development area between 2 and 5 years old, 3 and 5 years old, 3, 4, 5. So they're all going to preschool at 3. They're going to TK at 4. They're going to kindergarten at 5. So it's like
yeah,
it's huge that we're paying for that as a society, like literally paying money in our tax money in order to give free preschool to a lot of these kids, so that they can be more socialized and they can actually get those tools that they need in order to lead a better life.
yeah,
It's a huge thing. Like the best thing that you could possibly do is have a kid in school starting at 3 years old. Like it helps them graduate high school. It gives them higher attainment. It gives them a better ability to go to college and graduate. It makes them more money with the career choice. Less likely to do crime. Less likely to go to prison. Like it's actually unfathomable. Like
right.
the amount of like societal impacts that we can make
I
with that.
agree. There's a lot of online schools now and homeschooling going on, and I think
It's
that's
bad.
probably not
It's
helping.
very, very
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand. I mean, after during COVID, a lot of that happened, and I saw a lot. I have a niece and nephew, so I
Hmm.
saw how that affected them. And one did terribly. I mean, they were
Yeah.
very good at school, but socially, I could tell there was problems after that. And, because there was all this computer stuff, and there was no interaction, and I
Yeah.
said, kids
A
need to
lot
be
of
in
that,
school. They need to be in school.
but a lot of them went back. I mean, it kind of is
Yeah,
overblown. The kids they did there was a dip for sure, but like
big
a lot
dip.
of them are back, and it's okay, and they actually they're they we are genuinely though that our education system is really poor, like right now. Like the amount of reading attainment is really low. It's just it is really sad. But thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're 15
Thank
minutes
you.
and there's like 3 other people, and
Yes.
I really
No, I
appreciate
just
you.
wanted to ask. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Uh-huh.
All right. So first, Amy was first, and then NB Kami, and then Sweet Pickles. Let me write this down. Amy, then NB Kami, Sweet Pickles, and then QFK. Hi, Amy. Welcome to the show.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good. I'm just enjoying all the insight of hearing everyone's opinion in here and trying to. I have 2 children with ADHD, so I'm just yeah. I'm. It's just crazy to me how ignorant some people are. But I mean, I guess you wouldn't really know if you don't deal with that every day. So
Yeah. I think it's a lot of
um,
like, I mean, the guy 2 callers ago was like, it's his first kid,
mm,
one kid, you don't know what's going on, and you're legitimately
right.
trying to figure out like what's the best path forward, and in reality, I try to tell parents it's actually just super easy. Like, put your phone down and be present, and like, be active for your kid, and so that you can, your a kid can see you being active, and so they can play sports, and don't gorge yourself and
Mhm.
overeat. Like it really is that easy.
Exactly. You know what? And so I have 2 kids with ADHD, but I had an amazing family doctor. So when they
Hmm.
were like 3 years old, I'm in Canada, and he referred us to a pediatrician who was absolutely amazing because my doctor was older. He didn't deal with mental health.
Hmm.
So the pediatrician that they have actually has like, ADHD and ODD, all these symptoms. Like, it runs in his family. So sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I have ADHD too, but I've seen a psychiatrist since I had my daughter because I kind of lost it after I had her
Hmm.
and didn't know why. And my whole life I've struggled with everything. And all of a sudden I had this aha moment. Well, actually, the first time I saw my psychiatrist, he gave me the paper to fill out, like the questionnaire for ADHD. And I was like, yeah, I'm just going to throw this in the garbage. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with me because, like, I'm older, right? I just had to, like, figure it out.
Yeah.
And then when finally after my kids were diagnosed and I seen the impact, like they've tried medication and they need it to function normally in society. Like they
Yeah.
really struggle. And that's just what we have to do. And
Hmm.
the first time, well, when I finally realized, oh my gosh, I think I have ADHD. My husband's like, I've been telling you this for years. I'm like, what? And then my psychiatrist made me fill out the questionnaire, and my husband, I was like shocked by the answers that he put. I'm like, what, you think I
Yeah.
interrupt people all the time? And I'm like, he's like, yeah. And I'm like, really? I'm like, what are you talking about? But I do. I talk
You're
all the
interrupting me
time.
right now.
Um, right? See? Exactly. So, but yeah, the first time I took so he knew, my psychiatrist. He's like, well, I already knew that, but you need to be honest with me so I can treat you because I can't treat you if you're not honest with me. So he gave me medication, and I'm not lying. The first time I took it, I was like, holy crap, look how blue the sky is.
Mm.
Like I was so neglected my whole life. It took me a long time to like get over on what I missed out on, but now I'm just happy that I have what I have, right?
Nice. Good.
So yeah, but there's so much misinformation on mental health, and it just
Exactly.
drives me crazy.
It's very important.
There's so oh yeah, sorry I'm cutting you off. I
No,
am.
no, no, it's all. Don't be self-conscious about it. No,
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 but like
I'm a huge mental health advocate. I think that people should
yeah,
be
me
go
too.
to therapy. It's a good thing, even when
Mhm.
things are going well in your life. Therapy is good so that it gives
Yep.
you the tools so that when things go off the rails a little bit, you can bring it back on more easily.
And
It's
my
not
kids, yeah.
just a thing where your life's in shatters and then you have to go to therapy. There's no negative
Yeah.
connotation to it.
Yeah. But you need to figure that out yourself. So
Yeah.
that's the thing with, unless you are ready to do that for yourself, then you're not going to, right?
Hmm.
You can't tell someone else, like, hey, you need to go talk to someone because they may not feel that way or might think. And I didn't even know I had ADHD. Like, I had no idea. I know it sounds ridiculous. I was 37 when I was
Yeah.
diagnosed. And
Yeah,
like,
exactly. The amount of people that probably should be diagnosed with autism, like for at an adult age, it's like it'd
yeah.
be insane. People wouldn't. It's just they've lived with it for so long that there's just no
Yes,
way.
I adapted. But you know what? My desk was outside of the classroom all the time because I didn't shut up. And like my psychiatrist, like, I think you need to go back and look at your report cards from elementary school. And back then they were written, and everything. And
Hmm.
it kept saying Amy needs to learn to focus. And I'm like, I just laughed. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is crazy. They didn't know anything about it back then. And like, it wasn't until like 1981 when they started really researching ADHD and, for kids, because it was mostly boys at that time. And girls kind of went under the radar. And my psychiatrist even told me that almost 80% of his practice is women that are my age that are diagnosed after they have children and realize, hey, like, okay, I'm kind of like that too.
Okay, nice. Well, thank you for jumping on and talking about it and being a mental health advocate. I really appreciate it. So I appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I you know what? I talk about it all the time, and some people are very uncomfortable with it still, but people need to like really open up and realize that it is real, and you can't be like, I feel like you can't be physically healthy if you're not mentally healthy.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. They're tied. Exactly. I totally agree.
if you're not thinking properly, you can't take care of yourself properly, and but people still don't get it, and it's not their fault. I don't judge
Hmm.
people because they don't, or they're ignorant to mental health because they don't live with it. But
Well, thank you so much,
anyway,
Amy. Thank you for
yeah.
jumping on. I appreciate you so much.
See, I'm gonna keep talking, so you better just tell me to get off.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're gonna do that
All right.
right now. All right. Thank you, Amy.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
See ya.
Bye.
Well, Francois, if I shouldn't be talking about this, bro, then I'm not going to talk to you about it. So I'm going to decline your thing for this live. And then QFK, if it's too long, then you should just put the phone down, bro, and take a mental health break. So we got other people that want to be here and want to be in the conversation. So, all right. So, and then NB, see ya, dude. How's it going, NB?
Good. How are you?
These people that don't know how to socialize, so we gotta teach them how to be nice people.
The mental health break killed me. I was like, yeah, I feel that on a deeper level.
Hmm.
It'd be like that sometimes. I wanted to
Oh,
bring a couple.
genuinely though, I do feel like that I will have, like, I have the live on my YouTube. Like, if you guys want to like put down the phone, don't tap. You don't have to tap the entire time. You can chill. Like, I do think that mental health breaks, especially because we are on this app and it is, we're talking about mental health. Like, you don't have to be here. I'm giving you permission. So anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. Um, so I wanted to bring up.
Oh,
Oh well,
there you go.
that time. I guess if I leave when I'm on here, it won't
Yeah,
let
yeah.
me.
You
Okay.
can hear me, but I can't hear you if you tab out.
Okay, sick. Good to know. Thank you. Um, I wanted to. I took notes, but I wanted to talk a little bit about. You were talking about autism, and you
Hmm.
were explaining it in a linear sense, and I don't know if you did that intentionally or unintentionally. If you could look up the autism wheel for me, that is like the new updated way that the autism community and people with autism like to look at how autism is diagnosed. And the reason is because when we're looking at autism in like a linear way, it's almost as if we're looking at like what autistic people are less neurodivergent than others or more neurodivergent than others,
Hmm.
or what autistic people can fit and mold into society better than others.
Hmm.
And that's just a really like ableist take. And I'm not saying that you're being ableist, I'm just telling you that's why we do it in a wheel, instead of that linear line, because it's
Yeah, sure.
like no one is like less autistic than another person, and that's kind of why it's like that. That's why we when we're talking about it in the sense of like, I'm losing my words, sorry, but in the sense of it being a spectrum, It's that wheel rather than a line, if that makes sense. That's the only thing I really wanted to bring up as far as autism. Just wanted to tell
Okay.
you that.
Yeah. I was just saying if like the degrees in which that we can have detection methods, but yeah, it's basically. I mean, it's like a linear line for 10 different things, and they're all kind of like depression, fixations, abnormal flat speech, noise sensitivity, social difficulty, anxiety, abnormal posture, poor eye contact, tics and fidgets, aggression, depression. So they're all, I'm just looking at a wheel right here where they're all next to one another, but then each one has kind of like a linear scale attached to it.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, that's fine. I mean, it was just like more of like a talking about the ways and how we can like more like quickly get understand where what is associated with it. But I thank you for bringing this up. I hadn't known that people were doing the wheel, so that helps me. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
That's, yeah. And then the other thing, I know we only have 1 minute and 50 seconds left, is how, like, because you were talking a little bit about with the other guests about children being diagnosed with different types of disorders. How do you feel about children under the age of 18, obviously, because they're children, but more specifically, like in the age ranges of like 10 to like 13, so like prepubescent, being diagnosed with like personality disorders and bipolar disorder? Like, what's your take on that?
I mean, I would think that it's not really up to me. It's like up to a therapist. I think that people, it's totally normal and good to be, going to therapy as a teenager. Like I went to therapy as a teenager, so I'm a huge mental health advocate and talking about it and going through it. And if I think that's the most the best way is just to be more in touch with mental health services. I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
I don't
No,
have a
yeah,
personal opinion or a scientific opinion or I don't have anything to add to it kind of thing. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
no worries. Yeah, someone else was just bringing up the topic with you, so I just wanted to bring it up a little bit more and see what you were thinking. So
Yeah.
no, I definitely agree to a certain extent. I only have 10 seconds, so I'll make it super quick. I definitely agree to a certain extent, but I do also agree that personality disorders, they are, if when you look in the DSM-5, they are developed like over time, right?
Sure.
Over extended periods of time, and it needs to show in adulthood as well. So, like, diagnosing them for children is really harmful. I think diagnosing like symptoms in children and treating those is a lot more effective than diagnosing actual disorders when it comes to children,
Sure.
especially when it comes to personality disorders. But that's just my hot take. But yeah, that's all the time that I have. So thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, from what I've heard is that it's like, I mean, the earlier you can like diagnose and see something, like yeah, like Nurse Ansu said, like I've heard of people. It could be just like a behavioral change. If you catch it earlier, you talk to a therapist about it or psychologist. You can help them sooner without like it being on a permanent medication kind of thing. So, I think that's why it's like important for the parents to be involved and any type of behavioral change. Like you're going to need obviously the parent and the teacher to be in step and working together on that. So behavioral therapists maybe at school. There's lots of different things that aren't necessarily all medication driven.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for your time. I
Oh yeah, of
appreciate
course.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, sweet pickles. Yeah, exactly, Nurse Ansu. I agree. Yeah, I mean that's why I talk about my personal ways, like how I went to therapy and why my how it's good for me, because I think it's like a way to say that a lot of people go, and it's totally okay. Hi, sweet pickles. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Good. So I just wanted to add on the autism thing that I think years ago, of course, people don't understand that we lived in our own little towns. We didn't have social media. You didn't know how many people in the next town that was 200, 300, 400 miles away from you that had autism. It wasn't discussed. So
Yeah.
I think it is widely more known today because of social media getting people diagnosed, and then everybody knows about it. Or look at how many channels we have on TV. So I think people are trying to add something there that really isn't there,
Yeah.
other than the fact that we have more knowledge and a better way to get that knowledge out to all people. So I
Exactly.
want to stress that. And then I also want to add to this, it's kind of like I've worked my whole life with people with disabilities.
Okay, cool.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, I've been doing it for a lot of years. In fact, yeah. Anyways, so I wanted to bring up like a child that has Down syndrome. If you look at one child that has Down syndrome compared to, say, 15 other children that have Down syndrome, they're, how do I want to say this? They're so different, the things that are wrong with them. You have some that can talk, some that can't talk, some that are aggressive, some that aren't. And so I think that autism is a lot like that, being on the spectrum that you were talking about, the wheel,
Yeah.
that all of those things, you can have, like my daughter was diagnosed with severe anxiety when she was little. They also told us that she had characteristics of autism, but they didn't want to label her with autism because back then they didn't want to put that label on kids. And as she grew, she was fine. She could speak very well at a very young age. She was can draw beautifully. So I just think it's like that idea of a spectrum. And I think there's a lot of parents out there that want to blame somebody when somebody tells them that there's something wrong with their child, or they deny there's something wrong with their child, so they don't get the diagnosis. So so those are some things that are out there that I think that people just don't understand, and they just want to blame someone. Why is
It's the
why
negative
didn't I get the
connotation.
perfect child?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like everyone's different and everyone is their own thing. So why is that a bad thing? It's like everyone's background's different, everyone's opinion and how the approach is different, how they're approaching life. Like I think it's all cool. Like I mean, I got, for example, so I got an ADD diagnosis when I was like 16, and I think it kind of like made me a better scientist, and the fact that I'm a lot more interdisciplinary than a lot of people. I hadn't actually made this connection until like I was finishing my PhD, where I'm like, my background, because I'm going through these seminars and I'm going to these guys that have been like doing molecular biology just by itself for like decades, and I'm going in there and I'm like, wow, these guys are really good. They are an incredible molecular biologist, and they're leagues better than I am. And I'm kind of like jealous, I'm thinking like, man, I'm so bad at this. But then I think about all the different fields that I've kind of like tapped into. Like I've gone into molecular biology, and then I went into, gene engineering and yeast genome engineering. And then I went into, sequencing, next generation sequencing and computer science. And then I went into robotics, and then I went into chemical engineering, and then I went into nanotechnology. And it's like all these little things and bouncing around. And I guess like maybe that's my, in the old days, like talk about like a bad connotation, a negative connotation, you would say like, wow, it's a Renaissance man. That's like, wow, that's so cool. That's Michelangelo, kind of thing. But now it's like, oh, you've got ADD. Like there's such like a bad. So why are we everything is such a bad connotation nowadays? But in my mind, I'm like, and in the scientific world, it's called interdisciplinary science, where there's one field and another field, and then you're in that middle space in between. So it's actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing to be interdisciplinary. But yeah, it's just different.
It is different. And then I have another question I want to ask in regards to the vaccinations. And I'm asking this in regards to COVID, since with the job I do, two people that I care for that are severely disabled, do you think that they're going to actually put out new COVID shots for the fall for them?
Dude, that's a
Or
great
because
question.
of all this stuff that's going on with
That's a good
JFK,
question.
they're going to be like, no, we're not doing this?
Yeah, I'm really worried about them not doing environmental sequencing to like update the sequence. But especially with the mRNA defundment, like divestment that
See,
we're
that's what
doing.
I'm
Omar,
concerned
what's the
about. Yeah.
answer? Do you have any? Is the vaccine board actually meeting, and are they actually going to have a new updated sequence? Oh, nice, sweet. This is awesome. This is why this is the best community. See, we have a bunch of medical professionals that are actually knowledgeable about
So
it.
they are going to
That's
do
a
it then?
yes, yes.
Sweet.
Omar.
Okay.
Okay. See, you guys are amazing.
Great.
This is the best
Thank you
community.
for that. That makes me
Thank you,
feel a
guys.
little better.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
Yeah,
that
is
was
good.
pretty much it that I wanted to add. So
Okay,
thank
well
you
then,
for having
guys,
me.
I would say then if we're having a new one, Omar, Nurse Ansu, do we know when it's going to come out by chance? Because if it is, guys, because you have to wait like wait before your COVID booster. So if you haven't gotten it, I'd maybe wait if it's going to be in the next couple of months coming out. So anyway, I think that's like worth looking into. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for what you do, and I appreciate you coming up here with some expertise and talking about it.
Yeah. Anytime. Thanks.
Cool, thank you. All right, not yet. Okay, interesting. I'll have to see. When it gets released. Maybe Omar knows. Friend of the show, Michael. How's it going, man?
Good afternoon, Dr. Greg. How you doing tonight?
Good, man. Good.
I just wanted to hit on that gentleman who had his first baby.
Yeah.
I know he had concerned about a lot of things, and my 2 cents. So I was a substitute teacher a couple of years after high school, and I did everything from elementary, junior high, and high school. But the first thing that they told us is, if they scrape their knee or their elbow and they're bleeding, do not touch them.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the first thing I did when one little boy went and scraped his elbow right in front of me? I picked him up because he was crying, and I was like, "Don't worry about it," and wiped the blood off his elbow. But it just seems like for people to be worried. I guess that's one thing because teenagers, especially now, they share everything: cigarettes, their vaping pen, all the other stuff. I had one of my buddies was real, like he wouldn't let you share, anything he was drinking. If you touched his soda and wrapped your mouth around his straw, he would just tell you, keep it. I'm going to go get me, another drink. But as well, even in high school, for some reason, where I went to school, there was a lot of different, what are they called? Dang it. Because everybody was sharing like water bottles and things like that. God, what is it called? Staph infections.
Okay.
So, a lot of people, because you're sitting there sharing the same water bottles, but at the same time, it's like, I always used to try and watch. And if someone sits there and wraps their mouth around a water bottle, it's like, nope, go ahead, keep it. I'll keep,
take a
I'm going
birdie.
to keep. Yeah, that's like, I'll just keep mine over here because my freshman year, the high school that I went to, our baseball team was always one of the best in the state. So if you don't get in as a freshman, you're not going to make it as you progress, to junior, as a sophomore and junior and senior.
Yeah.
And I ended up getting mono. I have no idea how I got mono.
Classic.
But it had to be, from one of those water bottles. And it's like, so, you have to watch your, children because you never know. And again, because as well, children, when they scrape themselves and other kids, especially, that's what they're worried about because you don't know if the other children might have, something through their parents or whatever.
Exactly.
Hepatitis and all the other things. So you're just always having to be careful. So that's probably
guys.
one of the
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 vaccine
best room.
scheduling is so wild to me because it's like who are you to like question like immunologists? Like I don't like coming out of the birth. It's like you are in a point of zero power. The OBGYN is literally handing you the kid. You've got no idea what's going on. The life of your child and of your wife is literally in the hands of science and
Yeah.
these medical doctors. But like as soon as you get the baby, you're like, yo, step back. Let me handle the next part. You're like, what? Like the same people are really gonna have the worst feeling about your kid and try to do harm for it immediately. It's like, give me a break. And I have a family member that works with in the NICU, and it's like, like vitamin K, which is like literally given for like brain bleeds. It's not even a vaccine, but you get vitamin K to stop any type of brain bleed that might be happening. Because if we found out that it happened, it's gonna be too late, and you're gonna have awful like the rest of your life. Your kid's gonna be
Correct.
marred for it, and it's like you have the parents stepping in and stopping the vitamin K, and it's like it's insane. It absolutely is wild to me. Yeah, it's awful. It's truly awful. And I do think that the parents are trying to do the best thing for them. They are trying, but they don't realize that like this is so dangerous. This is so dangerous because they think that it's the vaccine, basically, because they think that it's from a syringe, it's from a shot, so that they get really involved as soon as they can and trying to stop things. And the anti-vaccine crowd is now creeped into vitamin K. So it's
Yeah,
wild. It's wild.
and I guess there's still a lot of people, because I looked it up, and there's no correlation between vaccines and autism. But I
Not
think
even
there's still a
close.
lot of people. There's still a
Yeah.
lot of people out there that think they do, that there is. So that's why my brother, a couple of years older than me, he had a son who is autistic, and I don't think they ever, blamed any vaccines or anything like that on on what happened to him. But you just have to trust the science. I know a lot of people don't, but it's either that or end up getting sick. So I'd rather
Yeah, man.
trust the science and uh,
Like in what profession do we do this? Like what other profession do we go in and micromanage? Like the pilots of your airplane. Like, excuse me, it's been far too long that pilots have had an authoritarian stranglehold on my ability to fly an airplane. I'm taking over this airplane. Wow, you're funded by Big Air. Like, whoa, it's like this is crazy. You're probably getting funded by Boeing with this pilot. It's like, what? Like, the person has dedicated their life in order to be this person, and like, what? Exactly, Big Air. It's too much, man. It's too much. And I do think that we have coddled too many of these people for too long. And we've kind of allowed them to be like, oh, we've given them deference, and like, oh, it's a big bad world, that we can't understand everything. But the science community is just we've coddled them too much. We haven't done science communication enough, right? We haven't communicated like what's actually happening. So that is a big problem. But also, like, as a society, we've let these people kind of be harmed when they shouldn't be. And they're the victims of misinformation. They are the victims. The people that do the disinformation, like RFK, those are the people that get no quarter, and they should be going to jail, in my opinion.
right. Yep.
But the people that are victims of this misinformation, that are actually accidentally harming their children, I mean, that's so sad. It's It's very sad, but
Yeah. I mean, where else? I mean, what else besides like science and mathematics are are you actually, trying to prove something right or prove something wrong?
mhm.
And that's a big thing because you as a scientist, uh, you know, you're trying to prove everything right, what you're doing, so that way it is safe and healthy, as opposed to, you know, other things that are out there. Just hey, pop some vitamins here or there, that'll help you out.
Mhm.
Where there's no proof, there's no research, there's nothing done to try and prove what they're saying is you know going to be able to happen doesn't really happen. They're just going, I
Exactly.
guess, by what people are saying. But yeah, I really appreciate it. And just one last thing, I
Yeah.
looked it up as well, that if the all the flat earthers, you had so many you need to do something, some type of little celebration or something when you get a flat earth around, because if you think about it, if the earth was actually flat, there wouldn't be any gravity, there wouldn't be so that's kind of
Yeah.
interesting, because the world has to spin, and
Yeah.
we'd be all attached to
I am going down. I'm just every time that I'm gonna have one of these guys on, like I think we go through the brain broke stuff, like conspiracies, like flat Earth. Like that's one that's so fundamental that really breaks your brain. Like and unfortunately, there's really no coming back from that one. Like I really do think that it's like think of how big that conspiracy was. Like think about like the amount of money that you could have as a billionaire that would be made by just like building hotels at the edge of the earth, and that you could just like you know what I mean, like do we really
yeah.
think that these guys would really like not know and not make enough money, that they hate money that much that they wouldn't do that? It's just I mean there's so many things that are wrong with it, and it blows my mind, man.
Yeah.
But that is one that, yeah, that flat earth, dinosaurs being fake, 6,000-year-old earth, evolution being fake.
Yeah.
There's some other ones that are just like, oh dude, the guy that didn't I put out the edit today with the guy last night that didn't think the immune system was real.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's like, what? And I'm just like, bro, why? Like, how do you believe that lymphocytes and like lymphatic system is real? Like, how do you, like, how? It's wild to me, man. Like, yeah, germ theory. That's a good one. Yeah, we should make a list, guys. Germ theory, flat Earth, 6,000-year-old Earth. Like, what is like I don't know, man. I think think about that, man. Like think of like trying to change your mind, if that is your worldview, like how shattering that would be. Like think about, like, put yourself in that person's shoes, like that. In order to change that, you really have to, that's a foundational belief that you have, like how do you come back from that? I think if we just push those people away, like there is no hope for them, like genuinely.
Like where does the sun go? Where does the moon go? If it was a flat Earth, you'd be able to see the sun and the moon and everything all at the
Yeah.
same time. It's just
No, exactly. Light is she's talking about exactly right. Where it's like you can't come back. It's just sad, man. It's just sad. There's yeah, I don't know. I don't the rise in conspiracies. All my life, like when because I was been on the internet doing political debates for a really long time, and I've always been interested in conspiracies, and there was always like Bigfoot debates and that kind of stuff like that. Where there was always, and that was like the time when you'd still had like these, like conspiracies were cute, they were fun. And then now, like the idea that like it's gotten all the way to vaccines, like that's the one that really is the one 20 years ago that I would have been like, oh, there's no way that the vaccines is actually going to be one that we fundamentally still question. And that's one that you're just like, wow, man, people are literally sacrificing their bodies. Like it is actually wild to be talking to Republicans, trying to convince Republicans that they should care about their fellow Republicans dying at 10 times the rate, because they're majority unvaccinated, under 60-year-old Republicans and above don't believe any of that, by the way. They got tons of vaccines, but it is specifically Republicans that are below 60 that got really lower rate of vaccination. And it's sad, man. They're willing to die for it. So how do you convince someone that's willing to die for their beliefs?
Yeah. Well, you tell a lie enough, it becomes a truth. So
exactly, man. I mean, they really do believe like the stuff. They really believe their own propaganda. So
yeah,
it is really sad. But well, thank you, Michael. Thank you for. I think I'm going to do one more science segment and then take off. But
all right.
Yeah,
Sounds
dude.
good.
Thank you
Have a good
for popping on as always. Friend of the show, Michael. Everyone, thank you. All right. Yeah, I agree, silly goose. Yeah. I only had 2, but I have autoimmune stuff. Yeah, I mean, you know, for that stuff, you really have to consult your physician. If you have autoimmune disorders, a lot of them, you're still actually going to get vaccinated, because if you actually have an autoimmune disorder, you could actually get even worse shape from getting a COVID infection, or a flu. So you actually want to talk to your physician and get evidence that vaccines don't cause any harm. You got me, dude. You got me. Vaccines are safe and effective, people. Okay. All right. All right. So we got boom. Let's think. Oh, thank you, Jen. Thank you, guys. Let's do science segment. Okay, one more science segment, and then we'll do the outro, and then we're gonna call it a little bit earlier. I think that's gonna be, yeah, sweet. Yeah. Consult your physician. I can't give you medical advice. But yeah, you want everyone to be. Yeah, me too. Base. I've gone down dramatically. Okay. We're going to do it, guys. You know what time it is. Yes. The peer review. All the cool things that are happening in science that nobody else talks about except for here right now. You didn't know this. But by the way, there's 4 giraffes now. You didn't know. We just gained 3 more giraffe species. What's up? There's actually 4 giraffe species now. Incredible. Very interesting. So boom. A groundbreaking assessment has officially recognized 4 distinct giraffe species, overturning previous classifications of the world's tallest land mammal as a single species. That's pretty cool. The taxonomic review undertaken by the IUCN Species Survival Commission's Giraffes and Okapi Specialist Group, GOSG, Taxonomic Task Force marks a major milestone in the giraffe taxonomy and reshapes how giraffe diversity is understood and conserved. Historically, giraffe has been classified as a single species with 9 subspecies, but they have long been the subject of taxonomic uncertainty. In response to growing scientific evidence and the urgent need for clearer conservation planning, the GOSG launched a taxonomic task force in 2024 to comprehensively review the latest genetic, morphological, and biogeographical data. It's a huge thing, guys. Does anyone in chat know what the word is of species that look identical but are genetically distinctly different? Anyone? Cryptic species. Cryptic species is the answer. And that is, it happens in insects all the time. And here you can see it also in like orcas, for example. Orcas happen all the time. So you have, sure, yeah, allotropes is that you guys are on the right track. Yeah, but the idea is that there are, a species is a group of organisms that breed with one another, and that is it. That is it. They can cryptic species. Yeah, exactly. So, nice. Good job, Amy. So, basically, this makes a big difference in how we view conservation, right? Because we can see genetic diversity, and we can measure genetic diversity and how important it is in order to have these groups be distinctly separated. And then also we can look at the genetic diversity within those groups and see why it's important, which is pretty cool. So that's it. 3 new giraffe species just dropped. You didn't hear about that anywhere else but here, guys. That's true. That's true. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. And now your time. This is your time. Thank you guys so much to our latest subscriber base. Appreciate you guys. The best way that you can support the show is with the subscription. Thank you to all of our top gifters. Sheepadoodle. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Duocracy. Thank you, Ado, Alina, Addie, Nurse Ansu, Jen A, No Amos Dreams. Thank you for all the likers. Thank you guys so much to Jen A, Alina, Jen, Amy, Nurse Ansu, JC, please correct me in chat. JC Cyphers, Joy, Light, and Love, Omar, NB Kami. Thank you guys so much for 1,000, 10,000 likes, 10,781 like Jen A is doing. Thank you so much. Remember to share the stream, guys, if you could. That's a huge way to help the stream for free. Sharing, following, and liking. Sharing is a big one. We get a lot of people with sharing. Thank you guys. Sharing because we're nerds, and I know you guys are all nerding out with all your friends over there. So it's okay. It's all right. We're all good. You tap the screen, Koza. Tapping the screen basically boosts engagement so that TikTok knows that you're there and you're watching. And but honestly, guys, you don't have to sit there and tap the screen all the time. Please, I have an RSI injury in my thumb. I know that it can actually hurt you. So thank you for the shares, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you, Amy. We love you too. We love you guys in here. You got the best community. It's incredible. So you got the $5 super chats. I actually didn't see any. Sorry, I haven't been checking the super chats. Let's see if there's anyone. No super chats tonight. So we got the Discord link. If you guys want to, in the link tree right here. Boom. You got the Discord link. Join. We can talk, hang out, talk about science. Oh shoot, yeah, we'll do this. And
Hi. Dr. Greg, ¿yo
What?
habla español? ¿Yo habla
más o menos, más o menos.
No habla español muy bien, for real.
Okay, qué bueno, qué bueno.
Greg, what are you a doctor for?
Microbiology.
What does that do?
I changed the genomes of yeast around in order to make proteins a little bit better.
Ugh, I love smart people. God bless
Oh,
you.
cool. Thanks, man. What is this? Are we doing a 4-person or a 3 solo match?
Yeah, we're doing a solo match.
Oh, exciting. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, well, I'm going to teach you guys how to speak Spanish. I'm going to
Okay.
teach you guys how to speak whatever
¿Hablamos
language.
español?
No, I actually speak Arabic, and I speak Arabic, but like I'm
Assalamu
learning
alaikum.
Spanish.
Alaikum
Assalamu
assalam.
alaikum. Oh, there we
What
go.
dialect?
I'm Iraqi.
Iraqi. Where you from?
But today yo habla español muy bien. No fucking any other language. Nothing.
No hablo español.
Nothing. Today on today's episode, it's Lisa. Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, doctor. So
What's up?
come on, teach me something about you.
Ooh. How about I can teach you something about you? You know, if you took all the cells in your body and you said
Uh huh.
microbe, human, microbe, human,
Tina, what were you trying to say
it would be
earlier?
about 50% microbe and 50% human.
Nothing much, Fatima. How about you?
So I'm not real.
Well, that's a great question. Like, how much of you is you and how much of you is human and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of an interesting idea, isn't
No,
it?
We need
no
10
sé.
points.
See.
You said C. C.
Okay, I quit, dude. This is it for me.
Fatima.
What time is it? Shit.
9 more points, guys. Thank you,
Dude,
Tina.
hi, babe. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. He's just intelligent.
Isn't that great? Well, it's the
He's a
microbes in your
doctor.
gut. It's the microbes in your
9
gut. It's the microbes on your skin. But a lot of it is
more points.
basically
9 more
in
points. 9 more
your
points. We got 20 seconds.
intestines.
I'll
What
max the
what
double.
time do you work?
What's up, Yarak?
I was like Monday through Friday normally, but Trump
Nice.
laid us all off. That was kind of crazy.
Oh,
Got laid off last week. It was awful.
he laid off the doctors?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he wants us
the
to win
science.
that fucking president. I don't know about that
He's
fucking
awful.
president.
He's awful. He's the science industry. He's just basically cutting it all.
You guys play on triples. I'm not coming fucking third place. Do I look like a third place kind of person? No.
Yara, I heart you.
I'm just kidding, Dr. Greg. I swear to God. Saturday night, this is what I'm doing. Okay, anyways. I don't believe in science. Tony, drop something.
Yeah, he's got. Whoa.
Yes.
He's he's gutting all of science, man. It's really bad. It really is genuinely very bad in the United
You gotta
States right
push
now.
through. Meal prep sucks, but just push through. You got
I
this.
feel like any president we voted for, we would have been doomed regardless.
Christina.
Yeah, we're probably better off with Kamala for sure. I would say, like, I don't think that she would have been gutting science. So, yeah, it's not good.
Yara, are you gonna go live?
Yeah, I agree. They're just big. Dinosaurs are fake. Do you guys believe in dinosaurs?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No way, Yara. I didn't know that.
You gotta believe in dinosaurs. I mean, what?
Yeah, whenever you're okay,
Like,
so
we gotta
guys.
let's get to 1,000.
Yeah, whenever you want, all of them, you know.
Santis. Okay, let me find him after this live. In a minute and 51 seconds, I'll find Santis again. Because I need to get my Spanish a little more. Muy bien. Wheezy. Who's Wheezy? 1999222.
Tina Marie. Let's go.
Guys, we can't come in. We can't. Oh, 619. That's my area code.
Wow.
Guys,
Oh, nice for San Diego.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm 949. What's up?
Whoa,
Where are
I'm
you
with
from?
Uprise now.
Orange County.
Welcome to Uprise.
There we go.
Tina Marie, let's go.
Do you live in Orange County now?
No, I live in San Diego.
Welcome
Do
to
you?
Uprise.
So where did you work at?
BASF at Torrey Pines.
Oh, you by the rich people.
I mean, I didn't live in Bird Rock, but I didn't live in La Jolla, but
La Jolla, Del Mar, all them places. They're good places.
yeah.
I was
I
born and
can't
raised
afford to
in
live
San
there. I mean, that sounds.
Thank you, mi amor. Yeah.
No, I never did, Omar.
Last battle, guys. This is actually our
You
last
said
battle.
you can't afford to live there?
No, dude, I was only making 100,000.
I
It
know
wasn't
that.
like as a scientist, you don't make a lot of money in the United States.
I mean, I get it. But you're still a doctor, and that's a flex, to be honest.
Thank you.
That's a big flex.
The fuck? I wish I could. I'm going to just put doctor in front of my name for the shits and
No, I
giggles.
swear to God, I'm about to do that.
Should.
Dr. Lisa, what do you specialize in? I don't fucking
Microbiology. Oh, I thought you were asking.
No. I need to do that.
Oh,
My
you
friend
know
is
what?
a
You can steal
scientist.
it. You can steal microbiology. You can
My
do
best
that.
friend is a scientist for microbiology as well.
Snipes,
sick.
guys. 100 points.
Sick.
All right, only 100K.
All right, guys. Well, have a good one.
All right.
I hope you have a good
to
one.
talk. Nice to meet you guys.
Peace.
Nice to meet
I
you.
gotta find what's his name.
All right, guys. We did it. Those are so funny. Those are so awkward. If only beliefs that you can fund scientific research yeah. So if only the beliefs of those who can fund scientific research are supported, is science truth-based? I don't know what you're saying there. Quinn, I didn't live in La Jolla. I mean, the company was there, so that's why I worked there. But I didn't live there. I had to commute in. Not a lot. I mean, my last payout when it was like $100 for 2.5 weeks or something. Yeah, I mean, dude. Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy good area for all those biotechs and stuff. I know, Ducre. It was crazy. Honestly, like, I mean, it was amazing. Like, I mean, it's better than nothing. So it is cool. I didn't expect this. I was doing this on Twitch and YouTube for a year and a half, 2 years, and I never got a single cent. So it's crazy that I could start off actually getting a payout. It's wild. I think he's asking if the companies who fund research sway what's reported. I mean, they're going to post and fund stuff to test their own research. But, I mean, I think that they're definitely, Nurse Ansu, I think that they're definitely going to keep it going. It's just Trump just has to reconfirm it. So there's no way that I don't think that he says, he takes it away. Yeah, Social Mike. So this is like I just checked actually today. This is my 10th day streaming every day. So I kind of was doing like 2 to 3 times a week, and I started a month ago. But before there, I did like 6 streams over 3 weeks. And then basically I've been streaming for the last 10 days straight. Because this has been really fun. It's been a really cool thing, like meeting you guys. And this community's been really fun. And it's been a really fun way to kind of channel my frustration of what's happening, like in the scientific communities being dismantled, but then also kind of like pushing back on stuff that I really feel like is causing us a lot of harm, which is all the misinformation and disinformation. And it really frustrates me that scientists aren't getting involved. So yeah, that's me, man. I'm saying those who pay receive the evidence they pay for. Sometimes, but not always, man. Gary, I'm going to go to bed, man. Sorry. Research on microbiology. I am from Tahiti, and we are actually pilot tests for vaccines. Oh, cool, dude. Nice. No, so Becky, I'm for Americans, and I'm for America, so that's why I'm not MAGA. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, of course, Quinn. Yeah. Anytime, man. I know. I don't have the energy for it right now, bro. So, anyway, it's been fun, guys. I think we had like a normal stream. We didn't have any really crazy people. Maybe I'll have to go back. I don't know. Sometimes I go to thank you. French Polynesia, we have 11 vaccines. That's great. That's amazing. No, that's not sad at all. Dude, what is this? Is this like Oh yeah, you're right, Ducre. God, I don't even know if I can use that. Oh mate, that's that's crazy. That was it? Do you think I could edit that down? I don't. He was like doing so many slurs. Light is life. You'll have to check out at noon. Well, check the YouTube anyway, and that's where all the replays are. Yes, NP Dub. When you get your booster and you get your flu vaccine, like come in here and we'll celebrate you. We do a little thing. We celebrate everyone that um, we celebrate everyone that gets a vaccine here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll have to edit it out. If you want to source supporting specific evidence, you don't present evidence to disprove. If you want to source supporting specific, you don't present evidence to disprove. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Are you talking about the fact that people don't publish negative results? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, especially in a thing where they're paying for the study. You know, you have a problem with. I think I get what you're saying, but like in general, you're going to have other companies that are testing the products. You're going to have like a competitive nature of, you know, keeping each other in check. It's not just, you know, if you can't really conceal something. The problem is corporations are funding science for profit, not for the pursuit of knowledge. Yeah, so yeah, that's where you're kind of wrong. So corporations aren't funding science. So that's science isn't profitable. So science like is the fundamental research takes 20, 30 years in order to develop, you know, corporations are taking the fundamental advancement of science, taking a little piece of that, spinning it out, changing it a little bit in order to get a patent, and then selling that product. But no, the corporations don't fund science because science is not profitable, man. That's not. It can be through a patent, right? So this is why universities fund it, but they'll fund it for, again, like 20 or 30 years before, you know, something comes out that's actually good. I know, Omar. It's such a frustrating thing, dude, because people think, yeah, it's so frustrating, dude. Like they're just, yeah, that's not true, dude. No, it's not true. So like the pharmaceutical industry, the actual research that it's founded on is happening at universities, and then pharmaceutical companies take just specific little things that are like, once the mechanism of action has actually been discovered, then they'll make a drug that targets that if it's not patent, or they'll think about it in another way. But the actual mechanism of action isn't. Pharmaceutical research happens at the university. It doesn't happen through a corporation. That's a really interesting point, Michael. That would be really interesting. That would be cool. Where do you think universities get financing from corporations and benefactors? Yeah, so the majority of universities' funding comes from like NSF, and NIH, and that's like 15%, and then another. I mean, look at University of California revenue streams. So I'm going to go down to University of California. Guys, we just like to look things up here. It's really boring. We like to read PDFs. We should have a PDF party. Everyone just brings in all their PDFs and we can just change. So 6, University of California. And this is kind of unique. I know, Omar. For everyone else, for everyone in the back. So, oh my gosh. All right, let's try this again. We'll do another battle, whatever. Oh my gosh, are you serious? What's going on? Every time. Are you fine? Is this random? Are you finding me? Are you following me?
No, but now that I know, I'm not gonna battle you because I need to like, you know.
Why?
I need to log in.
You need to lock
But I'm
in.
gonna follow you, but just not. Yeah, just not right now. I'm not gonna battle you, but just another time,
Okay.
if that's
Are you
okay.
afraid? Are you
I'm
afraid?
sorry.
Aren't you?
What am I afraid of?
I,
Really? Like, what am I
haven't
really afraid
didn't you
of?
lose both of the other times? I think that I'm undefeated.
Oh, what? So now you're calling me a loser?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
That's okay. That's okay. So
Oh, so now
now I
you
have
do
to
want to
prove
battle.
myself.
Now you do want to battle.
Well, because now you're talking crap about me. So now I have to prove myself.
I think
You
so.
know?
I think so. Oh man.
They're Greg.
Oh
No,
man.
seriously, why is he coming at me like that?
That's so funny.
Chat, those have this shit. We're gonna take his win streak and we're gonna make him eat our dust.
See,
Thank you,
you
X-Men.
know, it's so true, man. It's gonna be crazy, guys.
Oh no, am I glitching again? Bebecita.
Que
Yeah,
bueno.
it's true.
Dude, we were just speaking Spanish in the last one. It was a Spanish lesson. Hablamos
Oh,
español todos los
really?
días. Sí.
Stop playing with them. Who are you battling?
I don't
Like,
know.
where were they from?
I don't know. That one. Well, she was from San Diego,
Oh,
so I think we're all in San Diego represent. You know.
oh, really? You're from San Diego?
Yeah. So
Shout out San Diego.
yeah, I love San Diego.
I'm gonna fight. I don't reviews about him. I know, right? He called us losers. But anyway,
I
let me
mean, you didn't want
one.
to battle me because of like the I was just testing hypotheses for why you said that. So
You sat there and called me a loser. You said, "Oh, you don't remember you lost like literally not even once, but twice."
I know.
That's
And then
crazy.
wasn't it last night that I went into that like 4-way battle and then you left. You left as soon as I got in there. You were like, "Oh, I'm out of here," and I was like, "What are you doing?"
What are you
You
doing? Nah,
left.
I literally was like, "Hey, what are you talking about?" I said hi to you.
You did. You
Yes,
did. I
I
don't.
did. I was like, "Oh my God, look at who it is."
I know.
Hey.
And then you
All
left. You
right then.
pieced
So
as
it
soon as
wasn't
you
even
saw
like
me.
a.
You saw me, and then you're.
Well, duh. I hate four ways. It's too overstimulating. It's like, what's happening right now? Why
Yeah,
is everybody talking at the same
that was my
time?
fourth one. That was my first one ever. And but the guys were just speaking Farsi the entire time. I had no idea what was happening. I didn't even know that you could mute them, and that like I thought that they would still hear you if you were talking. So I didn't want to do that. So I like I'm just sitting here
Wait,
listening to
no,
these
they
guys
don't.
speak Farsi the entire time, and my chat's going like, "Oh yeah, they're like roasting you." They were roasting me, and they thought I
They
was
literally are
AI.
saying
Yeah, my chat was
you.
saying that they thought I was AI the entire time. They didn't think I was real.
You do kind of give AI.
I do. What? Dude, are you kidding me? I got no filters
Okay.
on. This is me. This is how I'm just saying I don't think
I think it's because
I wouldn't be as
your
forward as
camera's
to
like
ever
so
say
crisp.
I wouldn't be as forward to ever say that I don't know if that's how your face maybe actually looks. Just saying I don't know how, there might be I'm just insinuating there might be a filter that you're, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Would you
Wait,
say?
what?
No, I'm just saying out of the both of us, your face looks more AI generated than mine does, right?
I feel like they say that because your camera's so crisp. And
Oh.
like they're not used to that kind of camera.
Oh,
And
okay.
usually like the AI is like super high definition, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But obviously, like, there's a fucking a 3D flower coming out of my head, you know?
Okay.
So
Dude,
I'd
I
be
got a real flower,
concerned.
bro. I got a real
Like, I'd
flower.
be concerned.
I got a real flower. My boutonniere.
I'd be concerned. I'd be concerned because people. I don't know. It's scary now with AI. It's scary.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. It is wild. It's very scary.
What the freak? She throws. What the freak?
All
Why
right.
you don't go ask him that? Thank
See?
you, X
I
Men.
knew I
Thank you,
shouldn't have
X
battled you. I
Men.
knew. See? I knew I shouldn't have. I opened up my mouth and then this. See? All right.
No, no, it's
I
not.
lost. I lost. Pobrecito.
Yeah, whatever made you loser. He said pobrecito and fucking dead. Yeah, pobrecito. Just like that.
Alrighty.
Whatever made you loser.
Alrighty. Well, I'll probably see you
Good
soon, really soon.
night. Thank you
So,
for the battle.
all right, have a good one. Bye.
Not really soon, I'm dead.
Dude, how do people find us, guys? How do like I'm just like doing my thing and then all of a sudden like a battle thing like pops up and I don't understand like what it is. And then they hit random. But I guess we're just like on at the same time. We're just like on at the same time and then that's what. Yeah, I can. But honestly, at the end of the night, it's just like a dude, I see her all the time. Like I've only battled maybe like 5 times in my entire life and she's been 3 of them. So it's like wild. It is very weird. Okay, so what were the numbers that you're talking about? 2019 studies indicate 67% of pharmaceutical R&D funding, private sector 22% goes to public contributions. Like what? So here's the University of California. God, I hate, dude. Why can't we do? There's no way this is gonna work. 9440766. This isn't gonna work. Yeah. Of course it didn't work. PMC NCBI relative. Okay, I got it. Okay. The relative contributions of NIH and private sector funding to the approval of new biopharmaceuticals. This is from the abstract. Oh, okay. This article has been corrected. Okay. The objectives. There remains ongoing debate regarding the relative efficacy of public NIH and private sector funding. Oh, sorry. 1 second. These remains an ongoing debate regarding the relative efficacy of public NIH and private sector funding in bringing biopharmaceutical innovations to market. This paper investigates the significance of each party's level of funding for obtaining FDA authorization. Methods. A cohort of research projects linked to 23,000 National Institutes of Health grants awarded in the year 2000 was audited to account for patents. Sorry. What? A cohort of research projects linked to 23,000 NIH grants awarded in the year 2000 was audited to account for patents, where the project led to a product in clinically development and potentially FDA approval. A total of 8,000 associated patents led to the identification of 41 therapies that registered the trials. 18 became federally FDA approved. NIH funding for the 18 FDA-approved therapies totaled 0.670, whereas private sector funding, excluding post-approval funding, totaled 44.3 billion. Okay. A logistics regression relating the levels of public and private funding to the probability of FDA approval indicates a positive and significant relationship between private sector funding and the likelihood of FDA approval. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. In 2000, that's crazy. But yeah, of course, because they're going to spend money. They're going to spend money on things that are most likely to be approved because they're a company and they want to get FDA approval on it, so they know. The relationship between public funding and the likelihood of FDA approval is found to be negative and not statistically significant. Our study results underscore the development of basic discoveries requires substantial additional investments, partnerships, and the shouldering of financial risk by the private sector if therapies are to materialize as FDA-approved medicine. Our finding of potentially negative relationship between public funding and the likelihood that a therapy receives FDA approval requires additional study. Here's the funding. This funding was supported from the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturing of America, Amgen, the Biotechnology Innovation Organization, GlaxoSmithKline, and Novartis and Pfizer. So you realize that, right? Does Peyton realize that? This is funded by all the biggest biotech in the world. I mean, I don't understand what they're saying. Yeah, I mean, you have way more money going into FDA-approved drugs from the private side than you have in the NIH. That's the whole point. I know. Omar, I'm telling you, bro, this is the thing. Like, conspiracy people, they link things to you and they just read the title. They do not expect you to read. That was the whole reason why I put that edit out. Like, they do not. I put one out today looking into the FDA approval of that one bio-quantum device. You do realize that the federal funding also consists of the contribution of lobbyists. No, the federal funding is from the NIH, bro. It's grants. It's not lobbyist contributions. Lobbyist contributions aren't going into the funding of this stuff. You haven't disproved the article shows the federal government is not the primary fund of research. Yeah, well, nobody has ever said that. But all the funding, this isn't basic research, bro. They're talking about drugs that get FDA approval. That is not basic research. The thing literally showed exactly what we were talking about. It agreed with us. No. Literally, this paper literally agrees exactly with what I was saying. And Omar. Yeah, dude. Sorry, man. This one actually does agree. You can jump into Joyce's voice if you want to talk about it, but yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. You're wrong. Thank you, Alina. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, man. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. The whole point is that the NIH is funding research that doesn't prove and go to FDA approved drugs. That's the whole point, because basic research isn't profitable, so it's not going to fund and lead to drugs that are being sold on. Like, that's the whole point. I can invite you, dude. Thank you, Alina. Appreciate you. What's up, dude?
I
So what's
mean,
your claim? So what are you trying to
my
argue?
my state my statement is not necessarily even an argument. It's a representation of factually supported evidence that shows that the primary funding for most pharmaceutical research comes from the private sector. Yes, NIH is another source of funding.
Okay, so we're
I never said
it's the
anything
word
other than that.
research. It's the word research that you're talking about, and that's the thing. So research is specifically like the fundamental background knowledge acquisition about how these mechanisms of action work. Like how does the protein work? What's the actual the cell, the antigens, the parts of the cell that they can put drugs onto. Once they have that drug or that mechanism of action, then that research has been done, then these companies make and engineer specific drugs to target those mechanisms of action. So what the paper is showing is that there's a lot of money going into engineering new drugs to target those mechanisms of action, and most of the NIH funding is going towards the fundamental side, and they're not leading to FDA approved drugs, which is the whole point.
Dr. Greg, rather than dictating my personal statements for me, would you allow me to make my statement and then check it for factual representation? At this point, you have attempted to make my argument based off an article that you read for the intention of proving a position that you believe that I hold, rather than understanding the information that I'm actually trying to express, because you believe that I have some kind of relationship with conspiratorial
No,
or
dude.
non-factual
Dude,
evidence-based
I'm reading the thing that you
agenda.
linked. I'm reading the thing that you linked, man. That's I'm not creating anything. I'm not reading anything else other than the source that you linked. I'm the relative contributions of NIH and private sector funding to the approval of new biopharmaceuticals. If you're tabbed out, I can't hear you, man. It's a limitation in the app. So if you're there, you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I linked an additional research. Let me pull it up on my computer so I can read it to you.
I'll
But
find it.
I
I'll
have
find it.
another
Go ahead.
government website I linked that's nsf.gov.
NCSES.NSF.gov.
Yeah. It's
.pubs. NSF 24332.
the basis of what I'm trying to express is that whether or not you choose to accept it, funding is only available for the pursuit of creating a pharmaceutical that is profitable enough to recover the investments made into the research. That's business. That's basic economics.
No, the NIH doesn't do that. That's not what the
No,
NIH
I'm not
does.
saying the NIH does. I'm saying private sector.
Okay, yeah, for the private sector, yeah, that's how it works for sure.
Yeah. And I'm also letting a basic understanding and accepted principle of U.S. federal government practices to be understood. There are people who lobby for the positions of corporate interests and other interest parties, nonprofits. They're hired to push forward specific agendas that are beneficial to whoever hired the lobbyists. There's a lot of money that is involved with that influencing of the allocation of federal funding that is supported by campaign contributions and other forms of monetary compensation that has been allowed into the way that we operate the federal government, that is, whether or not you want to directly relate it to the pursuit of developing a pharmaceutical, can be tracked specifically back to the pharmaceutical companies that that make the greatest profits off of the development of the drugs being pushed through the clinical research process. And there's enough evidence to support that profitability of pharmaceuticals is highest when you treat a disease. Curing a disease limits the potential for profitability. So whether or not you want to believe that there are humans that value profitability over the health of an individual or the collective health of society, there are people that idolize money and profitability above all other forms of compensation for efforts and any other form of altruism that might exist. And they will do anything to get that almighty dollar. They will fund whatever they need to fund. They will pay for whatever research will support pushing that drug that they believe will create them the most money through the system. And they're not going to represent information that could be unsupportive or that could show that there is a safer or a better way than that pharmaceutical. That's also why pharmaceuticals are patented synthetic formulations. They are not naturally occurring substances. So we've moved entirely away from any kind of naturopathic medicinal prescriptions. Doctors don't write prescriptions for naturopathic medicine. They write synthetic prescriptions from pharmaceutical companies who come to their offices and say, hey, look at our new drug that makes us money. We believe this is what you should tell your patients are the greatest solution to their woes. And my point is that without the private sector and the pursuit of profitability, the money dries up. The government doesn't get money. That money is created through taxes and contributions, and it comes from private sector commerce that's taxed by federal regulations. And that's what creates any kind of federal funding for research. It's a direct result of the pursuit of profitability. So to make an argument that
Peyton,
the private sector doesn't
one of
fund
your first
R&D.
comments wasn't about pharmaceutical research.
I've made a lot of comments,
The
but
first,
my
wait,
first
Peyton,
comment
hold on,
was that pharmaceutical.
Peyton,
No,
you
you
talked for 3 minutes. Can you give me a
bro,
second?
please chill.
to say
interrupted me, and I was trying
Okay.
to
Interrupt
defend
him,
my
bro.
point.
You've been for 7 minutes straight. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, did you want to hear my
So
point, or did
anyway,
you want to
so
believe
one
me
of
when I
your
had
first comments was just about science. It wasn't about pharmaceutical research. And you had said something about, do you think it's a problem, like defunding science and research and relating it to something about ideology? And then you started talking about the private
But that's
sector.
not. That's a question.
And
That's not a personal
a lot
opinion.
of research is funded by the
Want to
government.
ask a
But
question?
we agree with you. I'm pretty sure Dr. Greg would also agree with you. We don't want the private sector funding everything. Of
I
course
do.
not, because
You do?
then it becomes
Yeah.
about the almighty
We don't have
dollar. And what you're
government.
seeing
We don't
right
have
now, which is
any of that
many,
without the
many
private sector.
pharmaceuticals being pushed out
Basic
for profit
macroeconomics.
rather than trying to help people, right? So the problem that you have of ideology being researched and funded instead of stuff that would actually help people is because of the private sector, because they want profits instead.
Okay, but you don't understand macroeconomics, obviously, because without the private sector, there is no government, there is no funding, there's
I'm
no
not
money.
saying get rid of the private sector entirely. I'm saying that the funding shouldn't only come from the private sector.
Nobody
Because
said it should.
what,
I never
okay,
said that.
That's
so
you
then
said you
your
want
initial
that.
comment didn't
No,
make a
I
lot of
said I want
sense.
private sector funding. I didn't say I want them to manipulate it. If you have to take my words for what I say, I'm specifically using
I'm trying,
the
bro.
word
You're
I
saying a lot of
use.
words, so it's really hard to follow
But you're
you.
not
That's
listening,
why when you
obviously.
I'm
started
literally
talking about
trying
the
so
private
hard.
sector, we were like, yeah, we agree. But your initial thing was just science research, and that's
Was my
confusing.
initial post a question or a comment? It had a question mark, right? I was asking his opinion. Does he believe that, that's a question. Can I not ask him a question?
Of course
I
you
was
can ask
seeking
a
to
question.
understand his position,
Yeah.
as you should do in a
Okay,
conversation.
can you?
Okay.
I want like a 1 sentence summary of your positive claim. What are you claiming, bro? Like, what is the thing that you're saying, or like, or your
Okay.
question, or what's your question?
Pharmaceutical companies are responsible for the majority of economic resources available both publicly and privately to perform R&D research in pharmaceuticals and every other sector of science. Without the contributions of private corporations into scientific research, government funding does not exist.
Again, it's not. You're using the wrong words. Like, I'm not trying to be pedantic, but like, they don't fund research. It's they're engineering new
Yes, they
drugs.
do.
They don't. They
The
don't, dude.
article specifically said they do. How can you
No,
say that
they're saying
an article
FDA
says
approved drugs. That is not research, bro.
it says R&D research into the drugs? How can you not?
Well,
How can you
yeah,
say
they're
it's not
research. They're no, but fundamental science isn't research and development at a biotechnology company. I've worked at a biotechnology company in the R&D. Literally a research scientist. I'm literally there in these fields, in this
Right.
space. I'm the guy that's patenting this. I'm doing that. And I'm telling you that we are not doing fundamental science research. We are just changing things a little bit around in order to make a patent.
I
That's it.
challenge you to go to a research university, to go to your own company, and look into the financials
I've
of
done
it.
this. I've done this, dude.
Then
I'm telling you what it is.
You read an article that said where the funding comes from. I
I
provided
read
an
your
additional article
article.
that shows.
I've both of the ones that open that you're talking about. I have both of them. You're saying that I'm reading an article. It's the article that you literally linked to me.
Right. Did you
Yeah.
read the information?
Yeah.
No.
He
I
read
literally
it.
read it on stream, bro. I read the whole thing on stream. What?
I also don't know if anyone here is saying there should be no private funding. The
They're
issue
just
is,
fundamentally different. They're not
yeah.
like the research and development of fundamental like mechanisms of nature last 20, 30 years, dude. And private companies don't fund that
Okay.
stage of the
If
research because it's not profitable. So they just don't do it.
well, okay. So where do you attribute the money that you say the government provides? Where do you think that money comes from?
Taxpayers.
Yeah, exactly. And it goes into grants, and
Okay.
and then those
The
grants
amount
get
the
taken
amount of
to universities.
no.
Oh,
You don't
shit. I'm
understand the
sorry.
economics of
Okay.
the federal government
Oh,
because
okay. Thanks for
the
letting me
amount
know how
of
the government works.
taxation,
Okay, would love
the
to
amount of
know.
taxation
Yeah.
of individual taxpayers does not contribute nearly enough to provide even a fraction of the total invested money provided by government funds for the various things that they fund. You're ignorant if you believe that revenue from income tax pays for research.
Yeah,
Like
where's the money
it
coming
comes
from?
from
Where's it coming from?
it's coming from corporate taxes
Oh,
of
taxes?
private corporations. Oh,
Okay, that's what I
from
was.
private corporations,
They're
right?
Yeah,
taxes
taxes. We're
still.
saying literally
Yeah, it's still
taxes.
taxes.
Right.
where they
But
pay taxes, they don't
okay,
determine where that
but
money goes.
so
Yes,
you
taxes.
think that private corporations do not do any scientific research, that the only
No,
scientific research
Not
no.
is that
fundamental
performed
research.
by
No,
You
not
do,
fundamental
like
universities?
research.
me or Greg misrepresenting what you said, please don't do the same to
No,
us.
I'm asking you a question because
We already said it.
you're stating that research is this specific thing funded by the NIH, but that does not account for research performed in science by private sector companies or by individuals who have a personal pursuit for knowledge. You've pigeonholed the idea of scientific research as some specific sector represented by the university research systems that is mutually exclusive from any other pursuit of scientific research.
I
It's
think that was something that you kind of came up by yourself.
No, he just told
So
me, oh, the NIH pays for everything. That's what you've been
it,
saying this whole time.
he's been saying it pays for a lot of it, and then this whole
A
time,
lot of it.
yes,
But my
yes.
initial statement was the primary funding comes from private sector.
And then you said for pharmaceuticals. First you said
Okay.
science, and I'm not
It's both
sure
of
I
them. They're
agree.
Okay.
both
All right.
funded
Let's
by
take an
the private
example.
sector.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Primarily.
Okay. We're talking about an example. Okay. GLP-1 agonists. Okay. Where do you think the actual fundamental mechanism of action? Where did that basic research come from?
I have no idea. I'm not in that sector.
Okay, I'll
But I
tell
can
you.
tell
I'll
you
tell you
that
right now. I'll tell you right now. It didn't come from Eli Lilly. That is actually creating tirzepatide. Okay, it's in the mid 1990s. Doctors John Eng and John Pierre Rothman found a hormone in the venom of the Gila monster that stimulates the body's insulin production. And then that's when they found the extendin 4, which works similar to another hormone called GLP-1, found in the digestive tract of humans that regulates blood glucose. So this was research that was in 1990s. And then what
okay.
year is it now? 30 years. Wow, 20 or 30 years later, we get a drug that is created, that knows that mechanism now, that GLP-1 agonist method. Now we have these pharmaceutical companies that are researching and developing how to make new drugs that interact with that mechanism that we
Do you
found in the
understand? Can I
1990s.
ask? Okay, so if you have a university benefactor
Can you just talk about what I just said right there? I want you to
No, I am. I'm talking
summarize
about it. I'm saying I'm
summarize it
getting
and
to the
repeat it back
point.
to me. Summarize it
No,
and
I
repeat
don't
it back to
need to
me.
do that to you.
Okay.
You were
All right.
talking
See ya,
about a
dude.
specific
All right,
scientific
we're done.
research.
Okay. Sorry, guys. If you can't, I'm sorry, guys. Like we're just going in circles. This is crazy. If you
Yeah.
can't just you can't understand what's actually going on and what we're actually discussing, then we can't have a discussion. I'm sorry. It's too late, and it's just like this is so fresh. I literally have an example, and we're trying to go through it, and he just doesn't want to engage. It's impossible. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. You can't.
No, you're all good.
It's very frustrating. So, guys, like Eli Lilly didn't do the fundamental research on it. They have the drug, they have the research and development. They're not paying for it. The Gila monster, it's a fundamental problem that people do not recognize, that we as a society and as a culture have to fund fundamental basic science research. That then these are the programs that are being cut, right? The Gila monster of today is being cut by Trump and et al. And all this money is going away now. And now in 30 years, we're not going to have what's the next GLP-1 agonist that's going to drastically improve the quality of people's lives then. We're not going to have that. But maybe another country is doing it. So maybe they're going to be the ones that are doing it, but it's not going to be in the United States, guys, and that's what's frustrating. Okay, yeah, thank you, Craig, for coming on. I just didn't have the patience or the energy, and it's
so late, dude.
Yeah.
I don't blame you at all.
Yeah, thanks,
So,
guys. Thank you so much for
I'll see
getting
you
on.
later.
All right, see ya. All right. I don't normally do that, guys, but I love having someone that I can just help me through the late night stuff and do Crazy Friend of the stream. So I appreciate her coming on. All right. Sorry, Cobra. Tomorrow, bro. Let's do it tomorrow. Cobra, let's do it tomorrow. Sorry. I'll just keep going. I'll just keep going. And I gotta sleep. Why? Tomorrow. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Peyton. You blew us out, bro. This is just like, it's so wild, man. All these guys that are just so insecure. It's wild to me. No, Cobra. Bad Cobra. Bad. All right, we're going to go. That's it, guys. That's it. We did it. We did the thing. We did the thing for 4 hours. We did the thing for 4 hours. Most people are doing like TikTok lives for like 20 minutes. I see the app. It's like 10 minutes. People are in and out of this thing. I'm doing 4 hours here. Mercilessly. We're going through. We got. Thank you for the likes, guys. 115,000. You guys are incredible. We're going through. We're looking up stuff. We're reading stuff on the fly. Going to PubMed. We're looking up sources. We're looking up PDFs. PaperPile is my library reference manager of choice. It's a great one. PDF is great. PDF reference manager is a good time. Thank you, Nurse Ansu. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for everything. Dude, no way. Really, Michael? Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh my God. No way. What? Oh man, I don't want to do a co-host. I don't want to do a battle right now. Sorry. Dang. No way. You're right, dude. It's going to be tomorrow. That's wild. We just hit 3K like 2 nights ago. That's wild. That's so crazy. I know, Nurse Ansu, I don't know what's going on. We are like, it's like straight up. All the numbers are like straight up. We're all like plus 900%. It's crazy. Well, thank you guys. You guys are doing it too. It's everyone. It's the entire community. I'm telling you. We're all just a bunch of vaccine science super soldiers. We don't have to worry about all these. We're all ready. We're ready to go. Again? Did he mention it again? Because I heard that he had talked to me about like last week, which was really cool. Thank you, NIH, NSF. Thank you. Yeah, last week, Omar. Yeah, he was talking about me last week. Yeah. No, not really. I mean, Bluesman, we just, any type of question that people have, they want to talk to a scientist about something. Most people don't know that many scientists, so it's just kind of like an open platform that people can kind of come and talk to me about. And then, I just want to know. Okay, thank God. So yeah, it's just like an open platform, man. I mean, people come on and try to debate about stuff, religion a lot of times. Those are my most boring conversations, I'll be honest with you guys. My wife is pushing me to engage more in those. I hate them. It's very so boring. Exactly, Ducray. It's so boring. I know. She thinks that's like a very interesting. I agree, Bluesman. I agree. I agree. They are anti-science. We trust me, man. We talk about the intersection of science and politics all the time. We don't shy away from talking about politics here. But the focus is on science, and I think that's the idea. Using science to better understand the world and in turn better understand politics and the life around us. That is the idea. There's a lot of people that just have like political hot takes back and forth, but I really want to give a place where we can actually a little bit deeper, a little bit different. You know what I mean? Brianne, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, he hasn't reached out to me. He knows me. So I friended him and but he hasn't friended me back, so it's all good. You know, like we're doing our own thing, guys. You know, like I think we've gotten some. Let's just say we got some friends of the stream that are pretty big, you know, and I'm not name dropping, but we're you know, it's cool. They hang out in here. We're basically your favorite TikTok streamers TikTok stream. You know what I mean? They come in here and they hang out. So it's pretty cool. So we're your favorite TikTok streamers TikTok stream. And it's been fun. It's been really fun. How do you reach those in the mega cult? They don't accept facts. You just ask questions, Bluesman. That's the only thing you can do. You just have to ask questions. Why do they believe the thing that they believe? And how do they believe it? That's it. You can. Thank you, Darcy. I really appreciate you saying that. We're gonna do the same thing tomorrow. It's gonna be fun. You can't. Wow, it's Nurse Ansu. This is your only third live, and you're here. This is amazing. Are you serious? Yeah, Bluesman. I think Nurse Ansu's on something too. You got to be nice and try and ask questions, and that's the biggest key, I think. Trying to try to help them understand their own position a little bit more. We talk to a lot of Trump supporters here. Oh, thank you, Brienne. Thank you. I try to be. I don't think that they're necessarily. I don't think that they're lost. We have to reach out and try to talk to them, because I feel like they already feel castigated and pushed out of society so much that, I think we can help them. But I really hope that we can help them bring into the fold and kind of show that scientists aren't bad people, or that we're being hurt from Trump's policies, and that we can agree on a lot more things than we can be divided against. I really don't lose me as a mega cult. That would be your grossest misjudgment. No, I don't think so, Peyton. No, you just weren't listening, and I think that that was the frustrating part. I'm just tired, bro, too. I don't understand why you I don't know. It's okay. We just had a miscommunication thing, and it's too late, so it's all good, brother. You're fine. It's all not a big problem. You could come tomorrow and we could talk about it and hopefully clear up the miscommunication. It's not a big thing. Dude, happy birthday. Is it today's your birthday? Happy birthday, Nurse Ansu. Happy birthday. Nice. Congratulations. Yeah, Peyton, yeah, all good. Sweet. Nice. Yeah, we do this every day. Every day. I don't know when that's going to change. Well, it has to change. Actually, on Monday, guys, I have a fantasy football draft I need to do. It starts at 8:30. So I'm curious. Do I stream the fantasy football draft? It's only online. So could you guys help me do my fantasy football draft? It's an auction draft, so I think it'd be pretty easy. Okay, that'd be cool. All right, that'd be fun. Yeah. Yeah, all good, Peyton. It's all good, brother. Don't worry about it. You're always welcome here. Everyone's welcome here every time. I don't want anyone to think that they ever have to agree with me on everything. Or I love the civil discontent is the mainspring of civilization. It is either agitation or stagnation. We have to learn to do that. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, bro. I was just out of it. I didn't mean to keep ganging up on you. I'm a PhD. I have a microbiology PhD. I was just tired, bro. I was just tired. I honestly, I felt really tired, and you were going on a really long answer, and I wasn't following any of it. So I was hoping that Ducray could be there to help mediate that, and maybe she could understand what you were doing and what was going on, so that you had someone that could actually converse with you. I wasn't trying to dogpile it at all. It was like the opposite. I was just trying to help. Yeah, I just wanted to. Okay, Cobra, fine. Oh my god. All right, last one, guys. For real. Cobra.
All right, so I have one question.
Okay.
I don't know if you're gonna like it or not. No, it's nothing bad, but I just don't know if you'll be down to answer it.
Okay.
Are trans women really women?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I need to know. All right, bye, man.
See ya. Nice. That's it. Cool. See? Solving problems one after another. All right, guys. That's it for real, though. That's it for real. Hope. Yeah, guys. Because if you look at a woman, you're not chromosome scanning their eyes. You know what I mean? You see a woman and you think woman. You don't worry about their chromosomes or their gametes in order to make a justification of what a woman is. It's very easy. It's very easy, and you just don't have to be a dick to people. It's really nice. It's really nice. All right, guys. That's it. We're done. We're done. Good night. And that's it. And you know what we do here? You know what we do every time at the end here? You know what time it is? Y'all ready for this? Boom. 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 Go. That's it. We're done. That's it. We're done. Cut it. We're done. Stop. Tomorrow, 9:00. We'll do it again. Tomorrow, 9:00. It has to stop at some point. We're going to keep going, though. We're going to keep going. See ya tomorrow.